What's up, Endgame? We are live for the NFL draft. So excited, about 30 minutes away here. Pierre's getting ready to hop on. And hopefully a bunch of you can hop on too, because we want to make this about you guys and just have fun with you guys tonight and chat it up, talk about the picks, what we think is going to happen. Anything fantasy football related, anything life related, whatever, just chat it up. So appreciate you guys. Let me get this posted. So how are we feeling, guys? How you feeling about your team? Who do you want to see your team draft? All right, here's Pierre. What's up, Pierre? We're live.
All right, finally live for the NFL draft. It's like we've been waiting a year for this almost.
Right?
All right. I just want to make sure everyone knows that the Dolphins have already won the first round. That's right. The pick is in. Guess what? We got Tyreek Hill. Yes.
That's a pretty good first round pick. I think he might be the number one. He probably okay, so that's actually interesting because I guess we could say there was two number one stud wide receivers in this draft, right? Because Devontae Adams was also traded for a first round pick to the Raiders. So hypothetical, if you took right now Devontae Adams and Tyreek Hill right now at their current age, current skill set, and you put them in this draft, obviously they're the top two wide receivers without question, but which one's ahead of which? Like, does Tyreek Hill get that edge because of his slight age, or who do you think would go, which wide receiver would be number one?
I mean, you got to have that dynasty mindset, right? Like, I know a lot of people don't play dynasty leagues, or maybe just, are used to thinking that way, especially NFL draft. That's what it is, right? I mean, it's basically your franchise mode in Madden, dynasty league, and fantasy. I mean, you have to think long term. You can't think of this year. I mean, age has to play a part. We've seen guys just a year separated have be valued much higher by franchises. So, I mean, I think Tyreek Hill, honestly, a little biased, but still, I think age does matter. Devontae Adams, look, I'm not saying anything about him, his production, maybe without Aaron Rodgers, but he's always been tied to one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. Now you can say Tyreek Hill always been tied to Patrick Mahomes and the Andy Reid system. This is true too. So we don't really know what's going to happen until this year when we see them in different systems. But fantasy wise, I think you still have to give the edge to Devontae Adams this year. But if I was building a franchise, I might slightly lean Hill this year.
Yeah, I think it would be Hill. Only because of the age thing. In fact, let's put this out. So who do you guys think? Drop a comment. What do you guys think? If because Tyreek Hill and Devontae Adams, basically you could say they were first round picks this year, right? Because they're both traded for a first round pick in this draft. So if they were in this draft, add current Tyreek Hill and current Devontae Adams, not coming in as rookies. I mean, the players we know now. Which one would be picked first? Who would be picked first? So let us know in the comments who you think and why. So I know you're excited. You're really excited to see who the Dolphins are going to take. Oh wait, never mind. They're not going to take anybody. That's another interesting thing about this draft, right? I don't ever remember a draft like this where 8 teams have multiple 2 or more first round picks, and then a bunch of teams don't have any. Right? This is really weird.
It's weird. We have a lot of teams that don't have a pick at all. And of course, we know teams like the Rams, screw those picks. They don't need picks. Like, what do they want picks for? But there's also teams. That's what's interesting is a lot of teams that have multiple picks have them almost back to back, so close together. It's not like, an early one and then a later one they got from a trade or vice versa. Like the Giants have two, a separation of 2 between their early top 10 picks. The Jets aren't far apart. The Eagles. So the thing is that could make a lot of ammunition for trades. So, we've already seen the craziest offseason there is. Why not the craziest NFL draft ever, right? And the Jets getting Debo, that kind of thing. I really think it's still in play. A lot of times Chris, we both say this all the time, right? Whether smoke, it doesn't mean anything. It just means that somebody in the media is blowing smoke. But sometime, once in a while, there's fire, right? Once in a while, like the Darren Waller thing, that was just BS, right? There was no truth to that. The Debo thing, I still think does have legs because you have to remember the Jets have been looking for a free agent or a big trade at wide receiver the whole offseason. It just hasn't happened yet, right? Several receivers have demanded trades when we did not expect it. That has happened. And don't forget the connection here, right? The Jets' current head coach, Robert Saleh, he was defense coordinator for the 49ers for years. There's a connection there. I'm not saying, oh, they want to like do him a solid and help him out by giving away their best. I'm just saying, like these things could happen if they know Debo's like, look, I'm out. I'm not going to play for you, or just trade me now. If the Jets make the sweet enough offer, why wouldn't they say yes? So I think that does have some legs. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I haven't ruled it out like we ruled out a lot of other things this offseason.
So I actually go. So Debo is obviously going to be a big topic tonight. I'm sure ESPN and whoever you guys are watching are going to be talking about it, especially when it's coming up to the Jets pick, because a lot of people do think the Jets are going to make that move. But if you think about it, so I have a sneaky Debo trade that I think we could see tonight, because what did Tyreek Hill go for at the 27th pick?
It was higher than that.
25th?
A little higher. Let's see if I remember.
It was right around there, right? Same with Devontae Adams. He was like 22, 23, right? Something like that.
Yeah, it wasn't an early pick.
Yeah, it was like around like the early 20s.
Actually, no,
right?
you know what? You're right. I was wrong. I thought it was later. This is a 29th pick.
Yeah, 29th for Tyreek Hill, and like the 22nd or 23rd is the 22nd for Adams. So are the Jets really willing to give up a top 10 pick for Debo? What if the Packers, because the Packers have 22 and 28, what if they flip one of those picks for Debo? They need a wide receiver. They need to make Aaron Rodgers happy. They're not a team that typically drafts wide receiver. In fact, I think the last time they drafted a first-round wide receiver was in 2001, if I'm not mistaken. I can see Green Bay. They got 2 picks in the 20s. I could see them making a move for San Fran.
That makes too much. Actually, they don't have Devontae Adams anymore, but also they refuse to draft receivers early, right? They never have in the Aaron Rodgers era. So if he's a guy they know realistically, we're gonna have Aaron Rodgers, this franchise quarterback, 1, maybe 2 years. I mean, you never know with him, right? It's like year by year at this point. So if there is a window, like if you actually think Aaron Rodgers could lead them to Super Bowl again, so it's now. So why not do that? Why would you get a rookie that's going to take a year or two and then Aaron Rodgers out the door? Why not turn that into a guy that can help you right now? So that makes sense. Look, if they whiffed on Waller, or if it just never was going to happen, I mean, that does definitely make sense. Also, I know this isn't going to happen, but it does make sense. We've heard the crazy rumors of a package deal where like they trade to a team that not just needs a wide receiver, but a Jimmy G and Debo packaged together. What about that? If they get packaged to a team in a deal like a team like Carolina or something.
Well, that could make sense. So Kenny, our boy Kenny, who's always active with us, says Saints are my dark horse for Debo. So that trade you just suggested makes a lot of sense for the Saints, because they need a QB and a wide receiver. And they also have, let's see if I'm not mistaken, they have 2 picks very close together. Yeah, they have 16 and 19. So maybe, I mean, if they're going to get Debo and Jimmy G, then I could see them, maybe if you're trading both those picks, right? You could maybe part with both those picks. If you're getting Jimmy G and Debo in the deal, you could probably give up both those and maybe a third or something in this year's draft. Maybe a third next year, something like that. I could definitely see that being a potential. Carolina, they're desperate. They could do anything.
They're very desperate. That's the team. That's the thing, is you got to look for not just, what makes sense on paper or where we want them to go. It's the team that's willing to do it and pull the trigger. The desperate teams, like the Jets, are desperate to make a splash, right? They've been losing so long. You got a new head coach, who saw his offense sputter all year long. They already got their quarterback last year, so it's like now they got to put some talent around him. And they have some talent, right? Elijah Moore, I think, is still going to be really good in the league. Corey
Yep.
Davis is good when he's healthy. He's just not healthy very often. And so they want to make a splash, right? So that makes sense. But also, like you said, the Saints are a team that's not used to being out of the playoffs these days.
Yeah.
They're also a team that's going to be with a new head coach. Back anymore. Team, Jameis Winston, maybe he'll be okay, but let's not forget he's coming off ACL tear. He's not going to be ready, necessarily week one. And even so, I think anybody can say that the Saints are 100% sold. Like he's the present and future quarterback of that franchise. So it does make sense that they could have at least competition, or at least Jimmy G to start the season and then see what happens. So that might make sense.
That definitely makes sense. Another team, Just Beige, another guy who's super active in the community. And by the way, guys, if you are first-time viewers or not really part of the community, check out the description. Join the Discord. It's an awesome place. Check that out. It's in the description. But he's suggesting, what about Debo to KC? Now, KC is one of those teams with 2 first-round picks, which is really like crazy to think that Kansas City, who's always right in the AFC Championship or the Super Bowl, has 2 first-round picks, but they got a first, of course, from that Tyreek Hill trade. So they have picks 29 and 30, so they could certainly move one of those for Debo. I mean, how would we feel about Debo and KC? Where would we rank Debo if he went to KC?
And that's one of those things that, again, I mean, yeah, that would be great, but everybody wants to put a receiver in KC, just like how many years we've been wanting to put a receiver in Green Bay, and it never happens. That's one of those things too good to be true. It's not going to happen. Look, not saying he couldn't help them out, but what realistically does Kansas City have? Because the picks they do have 2 picks, but they're late picks.
Yeah.
This is not a team that's desperate for anything, right? This is still a team that's a championship contender. Just because they didn't get to the Super Bowl last year doesn't mean anything. And yeah, they just signed Juju, which I know nobody's crazy about, but look, they did put money down to get him on the team. Yeah, I think I can see the Chiefs drafting a receiver. I do think, in fact, my final mock, I have them taking, I think I put Jahan Dotson there, which I think would be a nice fit. But yeah, Debo to KC, that's one of those more like Madden moves that's probably not going to really happen.
All right, well, let's ask you guys, where do you guys think? Will Debo get traded? And where? And if so, where? Let us know. Comment. What you think. Also, let us know what you think about this new cool thing we got here where I can I
was gonna say, can we get some props for that? I like
over here.
I like the ticker. I like the comments. We can give props to the people who are making those comments, our guys who are always on the Discord and joining us, supporting us no matter what we do. It's on YouTube, on Discord, on here, on Twitch now. I got all of 5 people, but I know it's my boys supporting us. That's great. We love that, and we'll support you back. So yeah, I mean, we put comments just so we can see them pop up. I just see them.
I know, that's always fun. It's always cool to see. It's always cool to see the comments.
All right, I like that. I can see the comments now too.
Yeah, you can see him now. So Roberto, what's up, Roberto? He says Jets sound juicy. So again, I go back to what I say. If Adams goes for a 22nd and Hill goes for a 29th, I mean, I know it's the Jets. It's the Jets. Are they gonna be willing to part with a top 10 pick to get Debo? I mean, maybe if they get, well, I don't even know. San Fran? What's San Fran's first pick? Do they have a second rounder?
I think they have a late first round pick. I know this because my mock.
No, they don't have any first rounders.
I thought it was a late. Let me see. Let me make double sure.
I don't think so. I don't see any. I don't think they have a late first. I don't think they have a first rounder. They might have an early second.
San Francisco's first pick. No, you're right. Again, you're right. Actually, is that? No, you are right. I was thinking of the other. Because Kansas City has their pick from San Francisco through Miami. San Francisco's first actual pick right now is 61. So
Uh,
late second round pick.
so even that, like, if you're gonna give up the 10th and get Debo and get 61, I don't know if that really even work. Like, I mean, it's the Jets. It's the Jets. They're desperate. They may do it, but to me, it's like the Jags paying Christian Kirk $80+ million. It's like you're paying Christian Kirk, top three receiver money, and he's not a top three receiver. And look,
These
Debo's
things
great.
happen.
I'm not saying Debo's not great, but you're gonna say Debo is worth
A
a
top
top 10
10?
pick, and
No.
Adams and Hill are only worth picks in the 20s. Like, yeah, you're way overpaying for Debo. So
No, there would have to be something else in the mix. And look, let's not actually discount the fact that we could see multi-team trades. We've heard a lot of these teams
yeah,
want to trade back in the draft, which makes sense if this is a weaker class, as everyone has said, which it seems to be. Um, there's not really an impetus for teams to move up to get a quarterback because there's no quarterbacks to get, right? And then there's not a lot of standout players. The top 40, 50 players are all kind of mashed together as far as, upside. And so there's not really as clearly delineated of a tier from the first tier to the second tier. So moving up really doesn't make a lot of sense unless, somebody happens to drop a lot. And in that case, you're talking about outside the top 10. So we could see some of these teams with multiple picks like the Jets, maybe package something together. Maybe a team wants to move up for whatever reason. They move down and use that pick to flip and make a trade. But that's why we're seeing the news now is that the Debo thing, it still has legs, even though it's almost draft time. But they might wait until their pick, until they're actually on the clock and see what's out there. And then they might say, okay, you know what? I think this is the time. We didn't get what we wanted to fall to us, or you know what, let's strike a deal. So don't count it out, the actual pick is in.
yeah, no, I agree with that. So we got some people here. Stinger saying Debo isn't worth what he's wanting. I assume you mean the 25 mil. We
Hmm.
got Roberto saying, I think Debo was hyped and set in this role for the 49ers to sell for first round picks. San Francisco organization are greedy and looking to get multiple picks since they lost it over Trey Lance. Just my spicy thoughts.
That's what we want. Bring the spice, bring the heat. Look, you can argue whether Debo is worth it. I mean, Debo was amazing last year. We know this, especially in fantasy, but like, is he better than Devonte Adams has been? He's better than Tyreek Hill. Has he done it for multiple years like
Oh,
those guys?
that's the thing.
And don't forget, this is a guy who, up until last year, the reason he won so many leagues in fantasy is because he was an early pick because we didn't know if he would even stay healthy. This guy has had a lot of injuries, and the way he plays, the way he's used, he is going to be very susceptible to future injuries. So that's something you got to consider. I don't see any team willing to, even the Jets would say, "Oh, here's a top 10 pick for Debo." Straight up, they're gonna have to get something else in the mix there. But like whether he's worth it, look, guys like that who are splash players, especially receivers these days, I think the league, because the NFL is a copycat league, they see what Jamar Chase did year one, making that instant impact. They've seen how receivers now are becoming the focal point of offenses. Running backs are devalued. So I think he is worth it because that's how NFL offenses run these days. They have a guy who they can get on space, they can give the ball to all of over and over again. I think some team will think he's worth it. Whether it's San Francisco, that's the big question.
And then this is an interesting one because this is another guy, DK Metcalf, that's kind of been rumored to be maybe to the Jets at 10 as well. But so James Coakley asking, will Seattle drop back like always or make a high pick? Because they do where they have pick 9, I believe. Pick 9. They might have 2 picks in this. I'm not sure. No, I think they just have pick 9, right?
They have pick
Just
9. They don't have another first round pick.
okay. And what about a DK trade? So I think going back to what you said about trades, I think we're going to see a lot of teams. I think we're going to see a lot of trades tonight. A lot of teams that don't have a first round pick trading up into the first, and a lot of teams with multiple firsts trading back and getting maybe like a second and a third or things like that, because that's kind of where the meat of the draft seems to be. But what about a DK trade? How do you feel about that?
I don't think that's going to happen. It seems like that's kind of been put to rest. We haven't heard anything about it. I do think Seattle is going to move back because that's what they do. At first, initially, like several weeks ago, I kind of thought they would be the team to pull a trigger on like Malik Willis, get a quarterback because, well, they kind of need one now.
Yeah.
But you got to wonder because Pete Carroll, he's been used to having Russ there. But remember, Russell Wilson was a late draft pick. He was not a first round pick. They've been used to being able to get by and not have to seek out and develop a franchise quarterback. It just kind of happened for them. So I don't know if they're going to look around and say, hey, this is the time where we really want to, build through the draft. Like they just don't do that. So I think they're going to try to get by with what they have. Honestly, I think they'll probably go defense. Even though we all agree their offense could use some help. I just don't think that's how they see things.
Yeah, I agree with you. And there's a lot of good defense. I think we're going to see a lot of defense tonight. Edge and corner, especially. I think we're going to see a lot of edge, a lot of corner tonight. I don't think it's going to be one of those. I mean, the first round never feels like one of those, it feels like the bulk of the offensive guys kind of go in the second and third. But, I mean, I'm with you. I don't think they're going to trade DK, but they should. Like, they really should. I mean, unless they draft a quarterback and they think like, hey, we need Metcalf here to help this young QB because, I mean, are they going to franchise tag him next year? They can let him. Is he just going to is he going to stay in Seattle?
He'd probably slap him with a franchise tag if they can. I mean, this is a team that again is used to being usually a playoff team. I don't think they want to go through a rebuild. I don't think they want to go through a rookie quarterback. So, I mean, they're kind of stuck. They're probably going to be kind of stuck in limbo this year. Honestly, this is the first time they even have a reasonably high pick, and I wouldn't be surprised if they move back because really, they almost probably should move back just because again, there's not a pressing need for them. They need some help, kind of along the defensive line. Yeah, they could use a quarterback, but unless you're really convinced and sold to say like a guy, whether it's Willis or Matt Corral or whoever at quarterback, I don't even know. I can't think of anyone because I wouldn't even put Kenny Pickett or Sam Howell up in that range, right? So I mean, there's really not an impact player that you can point to and say this guy's going to turn it around for us. So it's probably smart for a team that hasn't had draft picks very much recently to actually stockpile and kind of slowly build through the trenches that way.
Yeah, I agree. And I like this question from Stinger because Olave is one of my guys this year. What team would make Chris Olave, wide receiver, most fantasy valuable? Well, I mean, the answer is the same for every wide receiver, but it's Green Bay or Kansas City, right? Like either of those teams.
Although, you know what? I would argue against Kansas City a little bit because whatever receiver goes to Kansas City will have Pat Mahomes and they'll have a good chance, some good opportunities, but he absolutely will not have any path to be the number one target there because of Travis Kelce. And they're going to spread the ball around a lot more, I'm sure, especially if there's a rookie in the mix. So I think Green Bay is clearly above Kansas City as far as fantasy value for a rookie receiver.
Yeah, pretty much whatever rookie wide receiver lands in Green Bay, assuming they don't do something crazy and wait till like the third or fourth or fifth round, which it's Green Bay. They might, right? They might. But if any first round wide receiver goes to Green Bay, I think they're almost a lock to be the dynasty rookie wide receiver one, right? Like whoever it is, unless they do something crazy and like they pull a New York Giants and draft, a Kadarius Toney type in the first round, like somebody who's, really raw, a real project. But if they draft one of these guys, like one of these top 5 wide receivers in the first round, I think that's got to be the rookie wide receiver one. That's just such a good spot.
And I'll be interested to see if Atlanta does go receiver, which some people think. I think it go either way. I think clearly they need a receiver. That's going to hurt. That's going to hurt whoever's there because they'll get a lot of targets. From who? Marcus Mariota? No, thanks. That's not going to be a good offense. Hasn't been a good offense without Matt Ryan now. It's going to be, I'm going to say right now, Atlanta is going to be the worst offense in the NFL next year. So that's going to hurt. That's going to be whoever goes there. If they do go receiver early, that's going to be the worst landing spot. I think you could maybe make a case for if there happens to be a team, and I don't think they'll go that early, but maybe Arizona could go receiver, maybe, because they seem to like drafting receivers. that could be interesting. But Chris, I want to ask you, Philadelphia has been tied to receivers a lot in these early mocks. Okay, they got Devontae Smith. Now they need a number two. So what if they take a guy like a Garrett Wilson or Olave? What would you think of that?
I mean, I think that's got to knock him down a little bit because, I mean, you've already got Devonta Smith there, who's good. Granted, they need, like, Rager's obviously not it. Quez Watkins probably not it. Arcega Whiteside's going to tight end now for whatever that's worth. So they'll have opportunity there, but we're talking about a team that's going to probably run the ball, probably going to be one of the top 5 heaviest running teams in the NFL. So just not going to be, and we know when they get around the goal line, it's either, Goddard, Jalen Hurts, or one of the running backs, probably like Boston Scott, some random running back who's going to score all the touchdowns. So, the Eagles do like going wide receiver in round 1, it seems like, so they probably will take one. But whoever it is, I'm certainly going to knock them down. And especially, I know Traylon Burks is your guy, but somebody like that who needs a quarterback that will force it in there,
Yeah.
and then that would really kill like his value. Like at least somebody like Olave or a Garrett Wilson or somebody like that who can, like, kind of like Devonta Smith. Devonta Smith, a good route runner, can get open. So at least he can kind of salvage his fantasy value. Maybe he doesn't have like that massive ceiling he would have in a better offense. But if it's a guy that doesn't get a lot of separation, isn't necessarily a great route runner, more of a physical contested catch kind of guy, that would really hurt. So yeah, maybe the Eagles probably are going to go wide receiver, but probably not going to be great for whoever it is.
Yeah. I just goes look at that. Yeah. So that's I'm gonna assume that's a real question. Is this something I missed?
Waiting for
Are
luck?
you talking about Andrew Luck, or
Yeah,
just like trading like for a good luck charm? Or
I mean, the thing about the Falcons really need like everything, right? That's the problem for the Falcons. Like, because here's the problem. Because last year they passed on Justin Fields, they passed on Mac Jones. They said let's try to make it work with Matt Ryan and take a tight end. And even though Kyle Pitts is great, now they're coming into this draft with a ton of holes, like really holes everywhere, right? Holes everywhere. And Kyle Pitts isn't good enough to fill those holes. So they're a real wild card. They could go any direction, but they have a lot of holes. So yeah, we got 2 minutes. Then we got to wait, 10 minutes for the number 1 pick. Even remember, even last year when we all knew it was Trevor Lawrence, still made us wait 10 minutes for the pick.
Yeah, exactly. This will be interesting. At least, I'll say one thing with this year's draft. I mean, look, we can't sugarcoat it. And as far as fantasy relevance, it'll probably be a little less impactful than the last several years, just because there might not even be more than one quarterback taken in the first round, maybe 2. There's probably not going to be any Rex taken. We know there's not going to be tight end taken. So really, we're just looking at where the receivers fall. So there's going to be a lot of defensive players, a lot of linemen, and things that don't pertain to us in fantasy. But I think we could see a lot of action in terms of the trades, things that have kind of that domino effect. So that's something to look out for. It'll be interesting to see how many of these teams kind of stick to their guns and how many teams really want to move up. That's the one thing I think is going to cause that snowball effect is, does a team move up to take a quarterback at any point? And then what does that mean? Because that means somebody else isn't taking a quarterback and then they go a different direction. So that's what we're going to look for.
Well, we're about to start here. Jacksonville on the clock again.
Yeah. And look, at least there's that too, is that there's going to be more intrigue this year because there's a lot less certainty about who goes where, right? Like last year, it was known for months with Trevor Lawrence, number 1 pick. We knew, how many quarterbacks would probably go. And we don't even know the top 5 picks here at all. Like don't have a clue.
Yeah. I think most mocks have it going probably like edge, corner, maybe even edge again. Right? We could see like 4 or 5 defensive players here for the first 5 picks. It just seems to be a really deep, like, edge and corner seems to be really good this year. O line isn't bad. Wide receivers good, but yeah, like you said, running back. I don't I don't know if it's necessarily a great class, but I also think NFL teams just don't put a premium on running backs anymore smartly. Um, so yeah, it's kind of QB. It's just not a good QB class, and that's really going to make teams go look more at other positions of need, like defense, offensive line, because is it really worth it to invest an early pick on a quarterback that maybe isn't the answer?
And so, as far as quarterbacks go, do you agree? Because I think I'm now pretty much in the camp of Malik Willis is clearly the number one quarterback, and nobody else really, you know, has a chance to even dethrone him as far as dynasty value right now, regardless of landing spot. Do you agree with that, or do you think that it's a little closer? Do you think somebody else could wind up having more value?
Um, I mean, from a fantasy perspective, it's probably him because of what he can do on the ground, and we know how valuable that is. But I mean, if somebody like a Sam Howell or Matt Corral or even a Kenny Pickett get taken by, say, the Falcons or the Steelers or a team like or the Panthers or a team like that who really needs a QB, and let's say he falls to the second round to a team who maybe has a okay veteran kind of QB, are we going to put him over those guys who likely will have a chance to start this year, where he's probably at least a year away, and maybe he could be like a Jordan Love type of guy, right? Who gets drafted behind a veteran who maybe is like, oh, maybe I can't really think of one off the top of my head, but maybe a veteran who's a year or two away from maybe not being on the team anymore, like kind of how Aaron Rodgers was thought back when they drafted Jordan Love, and now Aaron Rodgers is still there and Jordan Love is still there, and he has no value, right? He has no value. So I
Well,
don't feel strongly that I still feel like Malik Willis has to end up in a decent spot. And I think this is going to be a year, because all my dynasty leagues are super flex, and I know a lot of dynasty leagues are super flex. I think this is probably going to be a year where I would feel if I had the number one rookie pick, like let's say Brees Hall goes to a great spot, or one of these stud receivers goes to Green Bay, I'd be fine taking those guys, Brees Hall or one of the stud receivers in Green Bay, over any of these quarterbacks this year, even in a super flex dynasty league.
oh yeah, easily. And you know what? Brees Hall's one of those guys, and he's not up there like with the way Saquon Barkley was a couple of years ago or anything. But I think it's clear he's the number one running back, and the way running backs are used these days to get a guy like that, you know, have him as number one pick regardless, because there's really not a lot of difference between wide receiver 1 through 5. Honestly, I mean, depends how you value him, but there's no clear cut receiver number one like there was with Jamar Chase last year. So I don't mind.
Yeah.
I'm usually not a
Well,
guy who'll take a running back first in dynasty, especially super flex, but I think this year might be the exception.
yeah, this year might be the exception, unless, like I said, I mean, I don't even know what would have to happen, because I still feel like even if Malik Willis goes to a great spot, which I don't even know what's a great spot, Carolina maybe, because at least they have some weapons. What's a great spot for our quarterback? Maybe Pittsburgh, um, I guess.
I don't know if Pittsburgh's even a great
I don't
spot
know if it's a
anymore. I
great
mean, it
spot,
would
but
be decent, but not great.
I mean, Atlanta. Like if you look at the team, I mean, that's the thing. If a team needs a QB, it's probably not a great spot, right? It's probably
Exactly.
not a great spot. So, but Malik Willis to me is a guy who's probably not, no matter where he lands, probably not going to start this year. Maybe not even till, maybe at the end of the year, kind of, if the team's out of it and they're like, let's just get him out there and see how he looks. So even Malik Willis, do we feel, and I don't know. There's question marks with all these quarterbacks. So definitely not the year. Like definitely gonna be interesting in the superflex drafts where normally, like last year, Trevor Lawrence was a clear first overall pick. Probably not gonna be the case this year where probably can make a case where a quarterback's not the first overall pick. But I do think if Brees Hall goes to, let's say, like Atlanta, which he like in the second round, or not in the first round. He's not going to go. I'm not saying he's going to go with their first pick, but maybe they get him in like the second round or something. And one of these stud wide receivers goes to Green Bay. I might even take the receiver over Brees Hall, even in the rookie draft, just because Atlanta, not a good O line, not a good offense, right? Like, yeah, he's gonna get the touches, but
Yeah,
what's he gonna
that's
do with
definitely
touches? So
not a good situation, I would say, for anything. Um, I think that's why I mentioned earlier Seattle. I think it's interesting because you have two good receivers there.
yeah,
Not a great offensive line, but it's a pretty good situation, So that would be the best spot for a quarterback.
yeah, Seattle definitely could. Like if Seattle grabbed Malik Willis, if they stayed pat where they're at and grabbed Malik Willis, I mean, maybe that would be enough to put him up there. So we'll see. I think the Jaguars are on the clock. They like to milk these things.
Hmm. You think they're talking trade?
Talking trade already? Oh man, that would be awesome. Trade on the first pick.
Probably not, but you never know.
You never know. Willis going to the Panthers, definitely a chance. So Chad thinks Willis going to the Panthers. Panthers seem desperate at QB, but I think my problem. I think if they go QB, it's going to be somebody they feel can start this year, and I don't think Willis is that
Yes.
guy.
Well, that's the thing. Panthers are desperate on many fronts.
Yes.
But there's the question: is desperation usually doesn't resolve itself by drafting, well, in the draft at all, but especially quarterback. They want somebody who can help them win now, right? Matt Rule, he's on the hot seat. He knows this. Ownership has made it very clear. So they're going to do whatever they think is best right now. So I don't see them drafting a quarterback. I think they kind of put that out there because they were saying, "Oh, Carolina might look at a quarterback." We haven't ruled it. That's something they put out there to try to like get the trade talks going, but I don't think
Yeah.
it's going to work.
No. Yeah. So Jimmy pointing out Goodell getting booed. He's always gets booed.
As he should.
I think it's always funny when this part when he comes out here and tries to schmooze the crowd. Like, man. But I think you know what? I'll say one thing about Goodell. I think he like embraces it. And he like, oh, is that Ice Cube? Oh yeah, Ice Cube felt dissed. Ice Cube felt dissed seeing like Dre and Eminem and everybody up there. He's like, wait a minute. So now they're giving Ice Cube his love, huh?
That was funny.
Yeah, well, what is this? Yes, I'm ready for the draft. Let's start the draft. We don't have to.
Yeah, it's going to be a while before we have many actual picks.
Is Derek Carr's mic off?
I'm trying to get audio on mine too.
I have mine very low, so no one knows what Derek Carr said because his mic was off, I think. You know, Stinger with the bold prediction Derek Carr is going to be a top 8 QB this year. But he did say Mooney would be better than A-Rob last year, so I'm starting to think we should just, whatever he says, we should just roll with
Yeah, now I'm drafting Derek Carr everywhere.
it. Yeah. All right, so Jaguars officially on the clock. So we got 9 minutes. They milk this thing. I even saw the video. Remember a couple years ago when the Eagles took Jalen Rager, and then right after them, the Vikings took Justin Jefferson, and they have the video from the Vikings. Like, remember it was during COVID, so everybody was separate. So like Zimmer was like in his house. Everybody's in their house, right? And as soon as Rager, like they were
Sorry, hold
talking
on.
about it, talking about the pick, and then as soon as Rager was picked, they were like phoning in Justin Jefferson, phoning in. That's our guy. We got Justin. Oh my, they were so excited, and we still had to wait 10 minutes for them to announce the pick, even though the Vikings like instantly were like phoning in Justin Jefferson. They make us wait no matter what. The
Can you
drama.
imagine? Just think about that. I mean, the difference, right? The Eagles have Jalen Rager, the Vikings have Justin Jefferson. You know, sometimes it's better just not to go back as a fan base and look at what's happened in the past because what a difference a pick can make.
Yes, for real. But it's also interesting to think, what if Justin Jefferson was on the Eagles? He probably would he be?
Well,
I mean, he'd still be good because he's good, but would he be as good?
we'll never know. We'll never know that. I know the
Right.
Eagles would be better.
All right. So Justin has I assume by next year you mean this upcoming fantasy season. Who you like more, Kamara or Swift? Redraft half PPR. I got to go with Swift.
Yeah, like I've been talking about this pretty much all off season. I know we're gonna have to wait because what Kamara's next hearing or whatever is gonna happen is in August, putting it off until right before the season, of course. So look, there's that, but even besides that, look, we've talked about this for a while now. Our concerns with the Saints offense. Number one, we already said they don't have a quarterback. Just Jameis Winston coming off an ACL tear. Um, I can't. This is true. This is true. Well, look, let's assume he is playing. Like, I'm gonna say, like, maybe the question. Let's just assume the question is both guys are playing the entire season, right?
Yeah.
Let's just assume, like, I'm not gonna predict injuries. Oh, he missed this. No. Okay, they all both play the exact same number of games, guaranteed. Who do I like better? Swift, because even though the Lions aren't the most inspiring offense, the Saints got issues. The Saints have
Yeah.
got issues. Kamara only averaged 3.7 yards per carry last year. He has to be a pass catcher, otherwise he doesn't have fantasy value. So that's just he's a little too dependent on that. And Swift is a good pass catcher too.
Yeah, and I need to pull up the stats, but if I recall, those first whatever 6 or 7 games before Jameis got hurt, Kamara was not catching a lot of passes. I think he had like that one game where he caught like 6 or 7 passes, but in every other game it was like just a couple catches because that's not really Jameis's mo, right? He's not a dump off guy. Like he's down. He wants to go downfield if he can. So I think that hurts Kamara as well. Whereas whoever is the Lions quarterback, Goff, Tim Boyle, Kenny Pickett, if they draft Kenny Pickett, like whatever, like whoever it is, they're going to dump it off a ton, right? We know this, so I got to give Swift the edge there.
Yeah. Hall, yeah. I mean, Houston, been a lot of people saying, Brees Hall to Houston makes sense. It does make sense. I don't know if that's the spot I want him to land in. Buffalo, I'm going to disagree.
Yeah, don't like that
Chris, I
spot.
think you agree. No, right? Buffalo for running back. You tweeted about this the other day.
Yeah, people just look at Buffalo and they're like, "Oh my God, one of the best offenses," and it is. But Josh Allen, they're going to throw the ball, 60+% of the time. Josh Allen gets design runs called for himself, and he takes off running. He doesn't dump it off much either. He's not a dump off guy. He will, but not like, right. He's also looking downfield, wants to make a play downfield, and we know he's going to vulture goal line work. So I think Buffalo's a terrible spot. Would be a terrible spot for Brees Hall. I do, of course, Houston. I mean, Houston, the volume is there, but that offense is going to be awful. Jets, I do kind of like. I think that's a sneaky good spot for him. KC, I mean, maybe, but it doesn't seem like KC. I don't think they're going to like go running back after what happened with CEH.
No, they're not going to take running back that early. That's for sure.
I do like the Arizona. I do like Arizona because I think Brees Hall could come in and make James Conner nothing more than like I need a break kind of running back.
Yep.
So I do like Arizona.
We got our Chargers fan. I don't know if you see that question from Justin Credible.
What do you guys think? Um, yeah, their team is very complete.
Another offensive lineman, maybe to help, keep Justin Herbert upright. I've seen in some of these sites that they say team needs and they have wide receiver. Is it really? I mean, they kept Mike Williams, right? Keenan Allen is wide receiver really a need? Palmer last year, I don't know about that. So I think they probably go secondaries where they really need.
Yeah, I think they'll. Yeah, they're probably just going to go pretty much what the board gives them. Whoever they probably just going to go with the top player on their board at the time they get to pick because they don't have a glaring um, need where you say, oh, that's a huge hole for them. In fact, I think on paper the Chargers are one of the best teams in the NFL, but it's the Chargers. They'll probably find a way to mess it up. But yeah,
Especially now they got Mac. I mean, that can you imagine? Yeah. I
yeah,
think secondary is their most glaring need. Then maybe just keep bolstering the offensive line. That's what they should do.
yeah. You can never have too many offensive linemen, right? Because
Right. Look, injuries happen. And when you got a franchise quarterback already, that should be your next priority is protecting him.
yep. All right. Well, the pick is in for the Jaguars.
Let's see. I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna predict defense. They're gonna go defense.
Yeah, I think they're definitely going defense.
They could get a tackle. It's possible. Look, one of my first mocks, I thought Evan Neal maybe a tackle, try to protect Trevor Lawrence, but I think the pass rusher, you know, I think the
Yeah, I
appeal
think
of a
it's gonna
pass
be
rusher is too much.
it's just gonna be which one I think, right? Because there
Right.
was some talk about. But here we go.
All right. So the rumors were true. It is Trayvon Walker.
Yep. So I guess the GM won out. I guess the GM went out over the owner, right? Because there was a talk was um, Khan wanted Hutchinson and Balky wanted Walker.
Yeah, that's how it should be. Ownership shouldn't be the one making the football decisions, other than who is the GM and who is the coach and things like that. But yeah, I look, not that Balky's been the greatest GM, but they're trying something here, right? That at least it wasn't a bad pick. And I get, it's funny because a lot of people say Thibodeau is the most talented player, possibly, and the most upside. But really, for one, probably the most important thing you do is not screw it up, right? Because I think Thibodeau also has, out of all these edge rushers, the biggest bust potential. Um,
Yeah.
so I think Hutchinson made sense, but Walker was climbing up the board the last few days for whatever reason. So I mean,
Although that combine had a lot to do with it, right? He posted some insane numbers.
yeah, yeah. I mean, being on the best defense in the country and the championship team that had a lot to do with it too.
Yeah, you got to think Lions are going Hutchinson here now, right?
Oh, they've
That
got
seems to
to,
make the most sense.
staying in Michigan.
Wow, the Lions pick is already in.
They knew
Are
who
we
they
rolling?
wanted. Look, they pounced. I mean, it makes sense, right? They got it. They probably figured Hutchinson, assuming that's who it is. They probably figured he would be there.
Yeah, they were probably. We're just gonna take whichever one.
Well,
Whichever
yeah.
one the Jaguars take, we're taking the other one, right?
Yeah, but didn't I just see somebody mentioned Josh Allen? I just saw something today about Josh Allen. Was it just that they were negotiating with him?
They, I think they exercised his fifth round option. So
Okay.
he's,
Yeah, they exercise his option. So
so he's back.
Yeah, so that probably didn't figure too much in their decision. That's just who they had at the top of their board.
Yeah.
Allen, very talented guy. Remember, he was a high pick too, but he's just so hot and cold, right? He'll get 2, 3 sacks in a game, and then you won't hear from him for 2 weeks. So I think this might help him out. Sauce not going to be there at number 7. Sorry,
I don't
Stingers.
think,
I don't think Sauce is making it past the 4th pick.
yeah, I don't think Sauce is falling to 7.
That would be nice. Jeremy. Hey, what's up with Jeremy? I haven't heard from Jeremy in a long time.
Yeah, I haven't heard from Jeremy in a long time.
After the Urban Meyer thing, he was just like, I can't show my face in public or what.
Oh man, that's
Yeah, that's a good point, Lenny, as far as, Christian Kirk thing, but imagine judging D linemen at their 40 time. I mean,
exactly. It's like,
combine shouldn't really factor too much into what you've seen from these guys. I think it's just kind of the final piece to the puzzle. But
all right, here we go. The Lions.
there you go. No shock. No shock at Hutchinson. Hey, I'm 2 for 2 so far in my mock. I mean, that's 100%.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
I don't feel too confident after pick 5.
so now this is where it can get. Now Houston here, they're kind of the wild card, right? This is where, I mean, Houston's a team that has a need pretty much everywhere.
Houston is always a wild card.
Yeah, and we could see. I know some people think Sauce here. They could also go edge, right? They could go Thibodeau here. They could do something crazy like trade back. Although I think that's how they said, like, they're 99% sure they're going to make a pick here. So they must have somebody they like in mind here.
Yeah, I don't think, well, again, I don't think they'll trade back, but also who's going to trade up and for what? Like what, I mean, maybe
Yeah,
someone trades up to get Sauce, but is he really worth the number 3? I know. I don't think so.
yeah. I think Sauce or Thibodeau to me make the most sense.
Yeah.
One of those two.
I put Gardner here, but we'll see what they do because you never know.
Yeah, you never know.
I mean, we typically see pass rushers go before, and usually, secondary players aren't super high picks, unless they're also, guys who can, be an impact in the return game. So,
yeah, Brees Hall here would be spicy and bad.
Brees Hall here would be borderline insane. Like that would be great for fantasy, but look, I love Brees Hall. But he's not Barkley-esque in terms of ability, physical ability, and Texans have a lot bigger need. So that would be actually insane.
Yeah, that would be insane. That would be like the shocker of the draft, right? Like, no matter what happened in the rest of the draft, nothing would top that.
No, that's for sure.
I don't think you're getting Deshaun anymore. I think it's too late for that.
Deshaun. Yeah, we're done with that whole thing. Thankfully.
Yes, thankfully. We know where he's at. We don't have to worry about it anymore.
All right. Let's not forget, too, we're only to pick 3, but it's moving pretty quickly so far.
They didn't make us wait the full 10 for that Lions pick. That was nice.
Yeah, that was nice. I mean, we don't need the suspense there. We're still on Debo watch. Got a few more picks till the Jets come up. So, I mean, the second time. So we'll see what happens, and maybe they get traded.
Yeah, I got my Twitter feed going to see if any breaking trades come in.
That's a pretty good list.
Yeah, you don't have to be sad about your oh, that's right. So Chad is Bucky. That's right. I forgot. You don't have to be sad about your not seeing any Rams picks because you got to see them win a Super Bowl, so you can be okay. Wow, Texans picks already in.
Let's see it. I got Sauce. Who do you think they go with?
Yeah, like I said, Sauce or Thibodeau.
There's some talk Thibodeau could fall farther than people think. Maybe at like 7 or 8.
Actually, I just saw on Twitter. Not to spoil it, but I'm going to spoil it. Derek Stingley Jr. is the pick.
That's right. I remember this from last year. Twitter always knows before it's shown on TV, right?
Yep. So apparently, it's going to be Derek Stingley Jr.
And that was another option. I didn't think he would go over Sauce, but I mean, that's not a surprise. Not
Yeah,
shocking.
that's who it is. Kenny thinking Thibodeau all the way down to 9. Stinger said it would a dream for Sauce to make it 7. Yes, it would. He
Hmm.
might.
Crazier things have happened.
I might have put his little. Yeah, this is not normal for the first round. They were really flying. And Goodell must have somewhere to go tonight.
They're actual Texans fans. I really wanted to see the whole uh, river thing where the draft picks like take the boat out to the stage in the middle of the fountain at the in front of the Venetian. That would have been pretty nice.
Yeah, the NFL, they're no fun league though, so
Yeah, it was too good to be true. All right, Stingley is the pick officially. That's good. That's solid, smart decision by the Texans. I gotta say, Stingley quit on the team. Ouch. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if how he does.
He didn't look very excited there. He didn't look too excited on the TV right now. He's like, Houston.
Well, I take Houston over Detroit.
True.
All right, so here's the Jets for the first time.
Yeah, I don't see them doing it. I think I see them making a pick here.
Yeah, this will be a pick. Question is, do they go O line or do they go defense? A lot of people thought that um, that they might start out with offensive line. Thibodeau's still there, so that's interesting. They could go Sauce. I mean, there's a lot of directions as a team with a lot of needs, so that's the thing. Yeah, that would be even more crushing, right, Stinger? If as a Giants fan, if the other New York team takes your player.
Yeah. I mean, the Giants are on the clock next, so if they don't go Sauce here, Giants could go Sauce at 5. And the Panthers are going to be another wild card at 6 because that's when we legitimately could see the first QB. If we're going to see a QB early, that's where we could see it.
Could. I mean, normally I'd say nah. I mean, that's too early for any of the quarterbacks in this class. They got other needs too, but man, it's the Panthers. You don't know. They're a team in desperation mode for
Yes.
sure.
It's the
So
desperate Panthers. They could certainly say, you know what, take a chance on one of these guys.
I'm honestly kind of surprised they haven't traded for Baker Mayfield yet. I thought that would be a team that would go for him, but I guess they didn't want to collect like all the quarterbacks from the same draft class, all the busts.
Yeah.
They could have made Josh Rosen their third quarterback.
I mean, Singer, the Panthers to me, like Houston was the first wild card. Now the Panthers are the next wild card because they could literally go anywhere.
True.
Marquise, he's a Panthers fan. He's hoping they go Willis.
Yeah, that's right. Marquise always represent Carolina.
We're saying they
Yeah,
should go
you hope it's
offensive tackle.
Willis. Yeah, I mean, I guess if I was a Panthers fan, I would say I would want Willis, but I just don't. I don't see it happening. I mean, look, they have all the pieces on offense, right? They're kind of a quarterback away, but on offense, they still have issues on defense.
So Bucky, Chad saying, I mean, look, I don't think it's a lock that Green Bay goes wide receiver round one. They haven't got wide receiver round one since 2001, I think. Just because
No,
they have 2 picks, I don't think it's a lock. So
we're all putting a receiver to Green Bay, right? All the experts, all the fantasy, we are saying they're going to take a receiver. It doesn't mean that that's what they want to do. I mean, there's a lot of other directions they could go. So.
And then Big Lenny saying Sam Darnold just needs a good opportunity. I mean, one of these days he'll get one. One of these days he'll get one, right? Hopefully, one of these days.
You know what? I think there might be an opening in the USFL. That's
Yeah,
pretty
I
good.
think one of those USFL teams could use Sam Darnold for sure.
Yep,
For sure. He'd probably be the best QB in the USFL.
I tell you, he could be the starting quarterback in Tampa. The the Tampa Bay, what are they called?
I don't even know.
The Bandits. The Tampa Bay Bandits.
There you go.
Bucks, Bandits, it's like the same thing.
Like the same thing.
Same, I mean.
Ooh, Singer with another hot take.
Wow. All right, that's a spicy take. Just any reason he's gonna be a bust? I
He's
mean,
gonna be a bust. Stinger, let us know.
yeah, I think he's already had a couple opportunities.
Yeah, I think we know Darnold's not. Darnold's not it.
Yeah, Wilson's the number one. Like, it's not a sure, like a foregone conclusion. Wilson will be a stud, but he doesn't really seem to have any holes. Like I can see concerns about Drake London. I get the concerns about Traylon Burks. You could throw concerns about a lot of the receivers. I really don't see what you could throw at Garrett Wilson that would, make you say he might be a bust.
All right, so pick is in for the Jets. Let's see what Twitter says. I'm sure Twitter's already told us. Well, sorry, Stinger. Looks like sauce to the Jets. Oh, we've gone edge, cornerback so far. That is not something you see all the time.
That tells you there's not a lot of quarterbacks worth drafting because otherwise would have had at least 2 or 3 quarterbacks go normally. Marquise saying Drake London rookie of the year. Does it matter where he lands? That's what I'm asking Marquise. Is does it matter? I mean, if he goes to Atlanta, are you still making that call?
If he goes to Atlanta, probably not. What are we going to do when the Giants go offensive line here and Saquon Barkley is suddenly a top 5 fantasy running back again?
I think most people will probably still not draft Saquon Barkley too early, but I don't know, man. They don't have a quarterback either, so that's the problem. How can you trust an offense that doesn't have a good quarterback? Hamilton's a good pick. Look, Hamilton safeties don't usually go this early, but he's kind of supposedly going to be this unicorn type. He can do it all. If he's as good as advertised in the pros, that might actually turn out to be a better pick than Sauce.
So Sauce Gardner, now the highest Bearcats player ever selected. For those who are into random trivia facts, there you go.
You see a lot of look. You're going to see like a million Georgia players taken, or especially early, right?
Yeah,
Cincinnati is one of those teams that you can't sleep on the talent there. A guy that I know I didn't mention, we talked about rookies we love, right? And I think I mentioned Ty Chandler, running back. I'm kind of liking Jerome Ford a lot more that I see watching his tape. I think he could be a guy that really, becomes, let's say, three down back. There's hardly any three down backs, but I think he could be kind of a complete running back. And Ritter is kind of a sleeper at quarterback. Like if I'm in a league, not super flex, but if I'm in a dynasty league and I want to get back, I instead of getting a guy like Howell or Pickett in like round 2 or 3, I might wait and get Ritter a few picks later. Got an
yeah, I
upside.
think yeah he's got the upside at least, right?
Yep. Neal would be a solid pick. We haven't seen offensive linemen yet. Usually they go early too. A
Yeah, I mean, O-line,
quarterback.
O-line makes a lot of sense here for the Giants now.
Yeah. I had to see Stinger's comment. I hate the Jets so much.
Stinger was right about Mooney last year.
For sure. All right. Let me check the ticker, see updates. And I'm talking about our new fancy Endgame ticker. Let's see what we got
Right.
there. We updating the ticker as we go?
We are updating. So down below, we got the draft. We got the
There you go.
picks.
Very nice. Look at that. See, you really don't need to watch ESPN or NFL Network. You got it all here
Yeah.
in the Endgame. Very nice.
What is this? They got the players are like, they got to run a marathon to get on the stage. What is this? All right, Giants pick is in. This is going quick. So now, do we get another defensive player, or do we finally get offense?
Look at that. Second time a defensive player, first 4 picks in draft history. So this is now a historically bad offensive class.
Yes. I
That's
mean,
what that. Thank you, Kenny. I think it's pretty sweet. It's definitely gonna be worth it. I can't wait till we do the live start sit shows. That's what I'm looking
yeah,
forward to.
yeah. I think we knew. I mean, a lot of people have been talking about it. Like this was the year to trade away your 2022 first round picks for either 2023s, which that class is supposed to be, it should be really good, or for proven players in fantasy, right? And we're seeing why, because I mean, there's going to be some good, there's going to be some good, wide receiver. There's going to be some good skill position players in this draft, but not like we've seen in the past. And just getting word that it's Thibodeau for the Giants. So five straight defensive players.
You know what? Smart move by the Giants, right? Not forcing anything. Thibodeau, a guy that early on was in play for the #1 overall pick. Get him at number 5. You can't complain, right? I mean, edge rusher, that's always going to be, a need for any team. It's definitely a need for the Giants. So Yeah, it's a pretty good pick. So far, we're seeing a lot of teams not pushing the panic button with these early picks.
Yeah, Marquise, we will definitely be doing a mock draft next week after this draft. I can't wait for that one because you know it's going to be crazy. Things are going to change so much. Although so far nothing's changed, but you know by the end of the draft it will.
Back to the who who's that kid that's up there? I have it on mute. Is that like the son of Jason Sehorn or something?
No,
I
he's
don't know.
don't say anything too bad. You're gonna get canceled because he's a Make a Wish. He's from Make a Wish.
Okay.
Lifelong Giants fan from Make a Wish. So
I'm not listening to it. I just see someone keeps going like this.
no, he's fired up. He's
He's
fired up.
definitely fired up. The pick was in like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, they haven't announced it yet though, but Twitter did.
Twitter knows like 20 minutes ahead of time. You were talking about okay, so another defensive player. Can't. The as far as dynasty picks, look, I know. Okay, if you're in a super flex league, trade your first round picks. Do that.
Yes.
But the one thing that is good in this year's class is the wide receiver class is deep.
Yeah.
So I would actually prefer to get some extra second round picks if you could,
Yes.
because you can get a guy like a Sky Moore, Dotson, maybe a Pickens, somebody like that who could wind up being one of the better receivers in this class. So I do want some second, third round picks, take more flyers on those guys, those wide receivers, running backs, because somebody's going to have to like make a difference. But the lack of real impact running back and no quarterbacks. So yeah, this would have been the time. It might be too late now, but it would have been the year to trade the first round picks, but maybe get some more second round picks. I kind of wish I did that more in my dynasty leagues, but
Yeah, this feels like the year you're just gonna want a lot of shots. You're just gonna want more picks, right?
uh,
Um,
am I
you're
am
gonna
I
want
an Elon Musk fan or what?
you're gonna want a lot of picks and just get as many rookies as you can and just see which ones hit, right? Because there's probably not going to be many, ones that we feel great about. So this is just the first time ever that the first 5 picks have all been on defense. So in 1991, the first 6 picks were defense. So let's go, Panthers. Don't let us down. Let's go with defense again. Make it happen.
Well, it's possible they go quarterback here. Man, that would reek of desperation because nobody, no matter who you have as the number one quarterback in this class, nobody has a quarterback as a top 6 overall player. So
no.
I don't see it happening. You never know. All right, I want to get on here and make comments.
There's still gonna be some good. It's definitely not going to be the best rookie draft in recent memory, but there's still going to be like Pierre said, there's going to be plenty of wide receivers that are going to be okay. There's going to be some running backs that are going to land in good spots. We probably won't know until round 2, round 3, where most of those spots are. But when it's all said and done, there'll be some decent fantasy players out of this draft. This is not going to be one of the best drafts we've ever had, and probably won't be as good as next year's.
Back to commercial. I want to see the Panthers do something like draft Kenny Pickett. I really do.
I do too. We need something to shake this draft up.
Yes.
Right? We need something crazy to happen here. Pierre with that. Elon Musk will own the planet in 3 years. He might. I used to think Disney was going to own the planet, but now it might be Elon Musk.
First Twitter, then the planet Earth. That's the logical progression.
He wants
Car
to own
industry,
Mars.
social media, planet Earth.
He wants to own Mars.
If some fantasy relevant players don't start going soon, we need something harder than coffee to drink.
Yeah.
Who was it, by the way? Somebody mentioned Vietnamese coffee being the bomb, and that's the new obsession. Like, that's me. I think it was it Bucky?
I don't know, but I think the Vietnamese coffee is supposed to be like super strong, right?
Oh, it is. It's so strong and sweet. It's the best combination.
I need to get some dinner here pretty soon. What do you guys think I should get?
There's only one choice.
Drop some comments for my choices. Dinner.
Oh wait, are you doing like a Uber Eats thing? Like
Yeah, I'll probably do like. No, I'll probably do. Yeah, just get like Uber Eats or DoorDash. Wife's not home, so drop some comments. What should I get? What should I Uber Eats for dinner or DoorDash for dinner?
There's only one choice.
There is. Wings. I thought about it. There's a
Football.
Yeah, I thought about it. I thought about wings. There's a wing stop literally one street light away from me, which always feels terrible to get food delivery. There's my wife. I'm addicted to bangs. Hey, I don't have one bang a day. Come on. Come on.
Yes.
Steak's
called
always
out
good,
for
bro.
your energy drink addiction, which you did warn me, but yes, you got me addicted to Bang too, even though I did it to myself.
Chick-fil-A is good for sure. I like getting Chick-fil-A on Uber Eats because it's not that expensive and it's
Pizza.
usually quick. Pizza's obviously good, but if I'm not going to Uber Eats pizza. What's that? I need to pick that one. I don't want to Uber Eats pizza. I would just get delivery from like Domino's or something crappy like that. All right.
Wings might not be the most practical choice because if you're on, it's a little messy. So yeah, pizza actually is the smart move.
All right. So apparently,
because
we finally have an offensive player, but it's not a quarterback. It's an offensive tackle.
Cross or from NC State was Konku.
Yeah, it's Kwanu.
Good pick.
Yep, good pick. So finally an offensive player, but still not one that really helps us in fantasy. What flavor of Bang? Peach mango for sure is my number one favorite. Peach mango. Not Malik Willis here. Pierre says every flavor of Bang. My wife says peach mango only. That's not true. I will also drink. There's a few I'll drink if they don't have peach mango, but definitely peach mango is my go-to.
Yep.
So, I mean, I definitely like this pick better for the Panthers than QB. That's for sure.
Good. Now I'm not the only one that's canceled.
I am the worst. I'm the worst at the names for sure. I freely admit it. In fact, when we filmed when we filmed the rookies we loved, I was like, "Is it Olave or Olave?" And I was like looking it up because I'm like, "Man, if I get this wrong, we're gonna get so many comments about how it's pronounced this way, it's pronounced this way." So I was looking all over. I'm terrible with the names. I admit it. I'm terrible with the names. Terrible with the names.
The unicorn one. Well.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the rainbow unicorn.
All right, so now we're on wide receiver watch.
Yes,
I know they're still announcing it, but
because I think in the mock I said Olave. I said Olave.
Yeah,
but I'm not the only one who said Olave. So
Look, phonetically, it makes sense, right?
I mean, people get my name wrong all the time, so they get my last name wrong all the time.
It's Cam. No, Cam
No,
is a nothing
I,
right now.
I think he's technically a free agent.
Yeah. Look, Cam is probably getting canceled too. And you saw, did y'all see that or about that interview where Cam was basically talking about like a woman's place? And it's like, yeah, I don't know if any team is going to be, rushing out to sign him.
I don't know if this really helps CMC. Like, he doesn't need an offensive. He's just good. It doesn't
He,
matter.
he, he doesn't need help. He needs to stay on the field and play. That's what
Yeah,
he needs.
and you know
That's what
what?
would help him. A clean
You
bill
know
of
what
health.
doesn't help CMC is the Panthers went to turf this year. That makes me very nervous for CMC. Like, turf not good for injuries. All right, well, yeah, you might get your wish here, Stinger. He's still on the board, so man, if they get Thibodeau and Neal, that's pretty good for the Giants. That's pretty good, right? You get a great edge rusher and a great lineman. That'd be really good.
They took it out of context.
I mean,
I don't know.
maybe.
I didn't see the whole thing. I want to judge. I'm just saying the way people are
Yeah.
portraying it. I don't think any team is going to go crazy to bring Cam. Marquise, how you feeling about that pick?
Yeah, how you feeling about that pick, Marquise?
Can't really complain. You can never really complain about an offensive lineman, right? I
No, they're
mean,
like the safest picks you can make in the first round. They're I wouldn't say they're bust proof, but they're about as close to bust proof as it gets. I mean, they can
yeah.
certainly bust, but they're as close as it gets. Nice clean pocket for Darnold to throw dimes. Yeah.
Do I detect a little sarcasm there? Uh, yeah. All right, Giants back up.
Yeah, Giants back on the clock. I mean, do they go O line now? Like,
I think they got to. They already went defense. I don't. I don't know another direction I would see them go. Maybe Hamilton, maybe go secondary, but I would think it's got to be offensive line. I mean, offensive line has been an issue for that team for so long.
yes, it has. And with the two cornerbacks already going off the board, it just makes sense to go O line here, I think. All right, it is Evan Neal. Evan Neal is the pick. I like that name.
There you go.
I mean, there's no excuse, Marquise, except you still have Sam Darnold at quarterback. That's the problem. But you never know.
Well, that guy was ready. What we could see is look if these quarterbacks do fall and nobody gets taken in the first round except for Willis. Second round comes around, maybe that's when they get a guy like Pickett or somebody. If it falls far enough, they swing a trade and grab
I
their
mean,
guy. You never know.
I gotta think. It's just seems almost impossible to me, even in this bad QB class, that at least 2 or 3 quarterbacks won't go in the first round, just because NFL teams are so desperate at quarterback. Like, it would be crazy to me if only 1 or 0 quarterbacks get drafted in the first round, just because teams are desperate. But it is a bad class, so we don't know. So you never know.
Well, and what we have seen in the past is like when quarterbacks do fall, they fall far, right? It's like they either all go early, but the times when it's a weak class, there was that one, what it was like 2013 or something, like the first quarterback taken was EJ Manuel. Like he was taken, yeah, I remember him. He was taken in like the teens, and then there was another quarterback taken until later. I mean, just sometimes it just happens that way.
Yeah, so now this is the next wild card pick is Atlanta, right? Because they've been linked to wide receiver. They could definitely go with a guy like Malik Willis here to try to make up for the mistake of passing on Justin Fields. Maybe they say, like, you know what, we go with Malik Willis, we go 1 year with Marcus Mariota as kind of a bridge. We're not going to win this year anyways. Grab Malik Willis here. Then he's our
But
quarterback next year. They
see,
could go
that's
deep. They could go defense here.
they should go defense here. Look, I think though, if Atlanta's smart, and not that I would ever advocate for tanking, but you don't want to be stuck in the middle. They're not going to make. There's no way. It doesn't matter even at this point who they put at quarterback, like unless they would have got Deshaun Watson, which they didn't. After that, they've got to think, okay, we didn't get a quarterback. We lost our best receiver. We have nothing on offense. Our defense was already bad. You don't get a quarterback this year. You get somebody like that you can develop, a defensive player who can make an impact. You don't go 110% to win every single game. And then next year, you take a quarterback number one overall when you have your pick, right? That
Yeah,
would make sense because taking a quarterback this year, you're just going to be throwing him in, under the bus, right? And then
yeah.
you're not even 100% sold that this is a guy who's going to be a franchise quarterback. So to me, Atlanta, as much as they need a quarterback, they shouldn't take one this year. They should wait till next year. So they should take a guy like Hamilton.
That's what they should do, but they're a wild card here. And I just saw something
Or
that
a receiver, maybe a receiver.
so a Giant source told me that Evan Neal and Thibodeau were the top players on their board. So they just got their top two players on their board. That's pretty nice.
Well, of course I say that.
True. That's true.
You have a team you'd pick 20 overall. Oh, he was number one on our board. Like, okay, whatever.
Well, yeah, because you're picking 20th overall. So, it's like
Yeah.
you automatically scratch, like 10 people off your board because they're probably not going to be there.
Yeah. Like Tony this year. Is Kadarius Tony going to be a Giant? Let's throw that out there for the group.
Tony going to
Kadarius
be on the
Tony,
football field.
is he going to be a Giant? And if so, is he actually going to play for the Giants? All right, Falcons are on the clock. I want to see a receiver taken, but I don't want a receiver go to Atlanta. So
Yeah.
I kind of
Any
hope the
of this-
defensive run continues.
Yeah, if a wide receiver gets picked here, I think we got to knock him down a little bit. Maybe he'll be okay in dynasty if you go with the mindset of, well, next year they're going to get a QB, but that's always a dicey way to think, right? Because you don't know if next year they're going to get a QB.
They'll have a good shot at one. I think I
They'll
feel
have a
pretty
good
good.
shot, but you never know. Like last year, we thought they were going to go QB when Justin Fields fell, and they didn't. And now they're looking at Marcus Mariota because they decide, so you never know how these teams are gonna do. So
I mean, look, to me, Marcus Mariota screams stopgap, right? It's like he's a guy who will play either half of the season as a starter while the rookie sits and watches, like Justin Fields last year in Chicago, or he plays the whole season and then they draft their quarterback next year. So I think that's a pretty good sign to me that they know what they're in for this year, which is a rebuild, which is what they need anyways. So yeah, if you're smart, you get a guy who doesn't need to be an impact player, which maybe inadvertently is what they did last year by taking a tight end so high. Yeah, he's great, but tight ends don't, become like cornerstones of franchises usually.
No.
Just saying.
Stinger Mariota is the guy. I mean, he might be the guy this year.
He's a guy.
I don't think he's the guy long term.
He is definitely a guy.
Yeah. Oh man. Oh boy. It's a wide receiver. Anybody want to guess which one?
I've been mocking Wilson. Wilson makes sense. I mean, or Jamison Williams.
It's neither of those.
It's neither of those. Wow. Then it would have to be Olave.
Not him, thankfully. It's Drake
Wow.
London. Drake London to Atlanta.
That could not be more perfect. That could not be more perfect because I told you who has the highest best potential out of all the top receivers in this class. It's Drake London. And what is the team you don't want a receiver to go to? So that guarantees I'll have negative 100% shares of Drake London this year.
Yep, Drake London. Wow.
Wow. Drake London.
So the Falcons, who have one of the worst defenses, one of the worst offensive lines, have just gone tight end, wide receiver with back-to-back top 10 picks. Probably why they're going to finish close to last again this year.
I mean, look, if London turns out to be a stud, it could make sense because, year 2, he takes that step forward with whoever they draft at quarterback. It's not a bad pick for where they're at, which we just talked about, right? Where they're at is they're not one player away. Or not even a quarterback away. Like, even if they took quarterback, it wouldn't matter. Like, is he maybe is he
I do
baby
really like
Megatron?
Drake
Is he
London,
Mike
but
Evans? Do you see that, Chris? Do you see Drake London be like the next Vincent Jackson or Mike Evans?
no, but I mean, Mike Evans had Jameis Winston and then Tom Brady and Ryan Fitzpatrick, who was also a gunslinger. Drake London is going to be stuck with Marcus Mariota and whoever they get next year. So I do like London. I think he's good, but not in Atlanta. Not this year.
The argument some people throw out there is target share. Right? He's going to get a ton of targets. They have nobody else to throw to except for Kyle Pitts, who's a tight end. So, you know what?
Yeah,
that's great, but you got to have targets that are more than 5 yards down the field, right?
Exactly. Like when we're talking about a tight end like Kyle Pitts, you'll take a guy you'll take a tight end who gets you 70 to 80 catches, 1,000 yards, and 5 to 7 touchdowns, which I think is well within Kyle Pitts' range. That's a top 3 fantasy tight end for sure. You'll love that. You'll be ecstatic with that. A wide receiver who gets 60 to 70 catches, 1,000 yards, and 5 touchdowns. That's okay. Like that's like a wide receiver 3 with a little bit of upside here and there, but it's nothing really special. It's not, so yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what Seattle does here. Do they trade back? Do we see our first trade here?
Does Seattle go offense? All right, throw it out there, guys. Who's Seattle taking?
Yeah, are they?
What does it say? What's the Twitter thing these days? Call your shot. All right, guys, call your shot.
Call your shot.
Well, I'm pretty sure Seattle's not going receiver. I have a pretty good feeling.
Definitely should not go wide receiver here. That would be crazy. All right, so Willis or Booth.
Booth, that makes sense. I don't know if he's going to go this high, but that definitely is a good fit. Willis, that would be the interesting thing. That could turn a lot of tides. I mean, look, are they really going to go into the season with Drew Lock as their quarterback? Is that really going to happen?
I don't know. They got Geno Smith now. They brought Geno Smith back.
Oh, this is true. How could I forget?
Awful. He wasn't good, but he wasn't awful.
He had his moments.
I don't think Drew Lock had a moment last year. I don't think Drew Lock had a single moment.
No, I if so, I don't remember it. So
I will say this not that I do like Drake London. I thought Drake London was a good prospect. I was hoping he'd go somewhere better, but this definitely, those last round Zacchaeus picks that people were making. I think we can stop with that one now because I never really thought the Falcons were going to come out of the draft without a wide receiver.
yeah.
Um,
Well, I'll say this too: being drafted earlier as a receiver doesn't always mean better fantasy fortunes. London now stuck in Atlanta with Marcus Mariota. Whoever maybe goes to the Packers later or wherever, a guy like Traylon Burks ends up, it's probably going to be to a better team, better situation. So we'll,
yeah, it's hard. It's hard for me to see London being the dynasty wide receiver one, even though he was a top 10 pick, just because
no, like to
we're
me,
probably
this locks for sure that he's not for my wide receiver 1 or 2 or 3 for dynasty.
yeah, because we're probably going to see some wide receivers go to much better spots. Seattle taking a long time here. I wonder if they're trying to trade back. I wonder if they're making calls like, hey, anybody want this pick? But the problem is like who? Oh, the pick is in, so they're not trading. They made the pick.
Let's see.
Twitter, no update on Twitter yet. Still nothing. Okay.
All right. Well, I see this on Sleeper. Offensive tackle, nice and boring. It's Charles Cross.
I mean, nice and boring, but right, you go. I mean, they definitely need that.
Yes. Yes, they do. All right. So Rashad Penny, RB1 season.
uh,
They got to run the ball a lot. They've got to commit to the run, don't they?
I think Seattle's a team we could see go running back in the second or third round for sure. I definitely think they're a team that could do that.
Chris Carson's technically still alive, isn't he?
I mean, he's alive. He's definitely alive. Will he be ready for football? That's the question. That is the question.
He was running pros. That's a good point, Kenny.
Because he has a serious neck injury, which potentially could be career ending. I think if he's right now, I'm like torn on Chris Carson being a value or not. Because on the one side, you can get him in like the double digit rounds, and if we get reports closer to the season that his neck is fine and he's going to be ready to go, that's going to be like a huge steal, right? Because even if it's a 50-50 with Penny, you're getting a guy like that in double digit round. But then there's also the other half of me that's like we could get reports like, yeah, Chris Carson's still struggling with the neck injury. Chris Carson might not ever play football again. So yeah.
That's my concern because like the whole thing late in the season and he didn't come back and they have to evaluate and wait and see. I get it. They're being careful, of course. Anything with the head and neck makes sense. But the fact that now we're going through months through the offseason and we're still hearing that and that whole thing is still very much in play, that makes me really concerned that it's been a long time and they're still being very cautious. And I could see him being a guy as a running back, he's got some mileage, just saying like it's not worth risking my life for this, or the team just not wanting to clear him. So
Yeah.
I think to me now the risk gets more real with each passing day. So I would only touch him in best ball like late. But yeah, at first I was like on the Carson value train, like, yeah, grab him, this would be good. But Yeah, I don't know. I'm worried because they're still making it sound like it's a serious issue.
So now they've got the Jets at number 10. A lot of people think they're going to trade this pick for a wide receiver. I'm not sure, but a lot of people think that. But they definitely could go wide receiver here.
Trade. They're going to get a receiver named Samuel. That's just my guess. We'll see. I don't know. This is what they've been saying. They're waiting, see what's out there and what's available. Look, if the Jets hold on to this pick, where are they going? They probably should go offensive line.
Yeah, they probably shouldn't go wide receiver.
Yeah, definitely not receiver.
That's what a lot of people think they're going to do.
Oh, I mean, they could. Yeah, Garrett Wilson right there. We've already seen one receiver off the board, but I mean, the Jets they have more issues than that, don't they?
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Diva Debo. Oh man, isn't every top receiver in the league a diva basically these
Pretty
days?
much. So Chris Mortensen just said, "Here's one thing Pete Carroll reemphasized this morning: DK Metcalf not getting traded."
Yeah, that ship has sailed. Ale jumping in the chat. Seattle Seahawks fan.
Cup might be the only top receiver that's not a diva. Actually, I don't think the Jets are going to go running back here. I don't think we're going to see a running back tonight.
No.
They're definitely not going QB, so we're not going to see a QB in the top 10. Although that would really shake things up if they went QB.
Can't give up on Wilson that early.
So Mike Clay, early Drake London projections. I think this is probably about right. 70 catches, 900 yards, 5 touchdowns. That seems probably right, which is good. It's like wide receiver 3 numbers. It's like nothing special, but
that's a little generous for me, but it's okay. I mean, they didn't add anybody else at receiver, so that's the thing. Unless they draft multiple receivers later too, like if they add somebody else like 4th, 5th round or something. But yeah, I don't know. I'm avoiding that whole Falcons offense outside of Pitts, and even then, I'm probably not going to have a lot of Pitts just because he's going to get overdrafted relative to expectations.
yeah, I could see the Jets going Hamilton here.
That's where they should go, but offensive line or Hamilton. Jets fans always fired up. Jermaine.
I feel like they're always fired up, but then they boo no matter who the pick is.
Yeah. It's a little early for Jermaine Johnson. I think I had him late in the first round going. I don't think he goes here, but
all right. Well, it is Garrett Wilson.
It is Garrett Wilson. They did take a receiver.
So how are we feeling about that?
Oh man. I honestly I didn't want them to get a receiver because that hurts my Elijah Moore shares. And I was a big Elijah Moore guy all last preseason before he got drafted. I mean, it's good for their minds. I do think this offense could be sneaky good. It's just so young. Everybody on their entire offense is young now, and without offensive line help, they really need, unless Becton turns it around and suddenly becomes a stud, they still need some help offensive line. Look, they have enough picks they can bolster that position later, but still, I don't know that they needed a receiver in the top 10. That wasn't their most pressing need, right?
Yeah, definitely not. And Corey Davis probably close to worthless now.
Yeah.
Although I think what we're going to see, I think this is actually good for Elijah Moore because it will give him lots more opportunity in the slot, right? Because you got Davis on one side and Wilson likely on the other side, at least for however many games Davis can stay on the field. and then so Elijah Moore can play more in the slot. So I'm not too worried about Elijah Moore, especially where he's being drafted. He's still being drafted like in the fourth, fifth round. It's not like he's going as a top, 15 wide receiver or anything. So I still like him. It definitely makes me a little nervous for Garrett Wilson, dynasty value. Jury's definitely still out on Zach Wilson as a, is he going to be a good QB and can he support, fantasy weapons? So I don't feel. I mean, I probably have to. Oh man, so right now, if we were ranking the wide receivers for dynasty, who we've got one, who we got two between Wilson and London.
I still have to put Wilson ahead of London. I'm going to put almost everybody ahead of London because look, Mariota ain't a quarterback. We don't know who's going to be the quarterback beyond that next year. So that offense, honestly, I could possibly be lower on the Falcons offense. And I think Wilson didn't really get a fair shake. Let's remember he was one of the youngest players in the NFL last year, and he didn't get to play several weeks because of injury. So I think we're going to see Wilson take a step forward. Zach Wilson, I'm talking about. So I'm not down on Garrett Wilson. Going back to Elijah Moore, though, what you were saying, actually, I'm going to like his value better now. Might get more shares of him in best ball because now that Garrett Wilson's been drafted, people are going to be down on Elijah Moore.
Yeah.
So I'm probably going to have a lot more of Moore. And guys, that's the way it works. In best ball, it's all about value, where you get those guys. So I think Elijah Moore is probably being a little overvalued before today. And now I think he might be undervalued because we're going to see that ADP drop.
All right, guys, we got a trade. Washington is trading back with the Saints.
Oh, all right. Let's hear the Washington perspective. I don't know if no, I guess he's not on here, is he?
Yeah, where you at? So the Saints are now on the clock.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like Saints, and I'm like, because we were talking about the Jets. I'm like, why are the Saints?
I'm 100. This to me is, I don't know which pick. They haven't said which pick the Commanders get. Which one of this? Because the Saints have two.
This makes me honestly curious if the Saints want Malik Willis.
Oh, that's a good point. Like, did they trade up to get Willis? I mean, I'm 100% okay with any trade backs in this draft, especially with the top three O linemen gone. So it's the 16th pick and a third rounder and a fourth rounder. Wow. So the football team gets the 16th, not the football team anymore, the Commanders, terrible name, get the 16th, a third rounder, and a fourth rounder. I like it. I like that a lot.
That's smart.
Yeah, definitely a fan of that. Yeah, this could be a panic Willis pick for sure. So Saints on the clock.
All right, so Chris, you're probably happy with this.
I'm definitely happy with this. This is the draft where you just want to go trade back, get as many picks as you can, just take as many shots as you can, and hope you hit on a few. there we go. So I'm definitely happy with this. I mean, I don't even know who the pick would have been here. Like, are they going to go wide receiver here? I'm talking about the Washington. If they cut this pick, maybe go center, maybe go defense. But really, at this point, I think you just trade back and still get one of those positions. So the Saints trade pick 16, 98, and 120. Wow.
16th, third rounder, fourth rounder. It's a pretty good haul. I mean,
yeah, they're only moving back 5 spots. I mean, you're only moving back 5 spots.
So look, if you're the Saints, you don't do that unless there's a guy who you feel is going to really make a huge impact your on your franchise. That's not a receiver, right? It can't be. You don't
Yeah,
trade up. You don't give up that much to trade up to get a receiver. When this class has several receivers, you probably could have gotten the same place later. So there's no way. It's got to be Willis. It's got to be
yeah, it's got to be, or it's got to be one of the QBs. It's got to be.
Willis. Well, that's true. Look, I got Willis top QB. A lot of people do, but maybe they don't. Maybe they like a guy like Pickett better.
Yeah, you got to think they're going QB here.
Looks like the pick is in.
Yeah, I don't see anything on Twitter yet.
Wentz is their guy.
Oh, it's Olave. It's Olave.
Is it Olave?
Wow. Not believe they traded up to get Olave. I mean, I love Olave, but
Jameson Williams is still on the board.
well, people were saying like, oh, teams aren't scared off by that ACL, but I think teams are a little scared off by the ACL. I think that's why I say you can't really, you got to take all these reports with a little bit of a grain of salt. I mean, I
True.
don't mind Olave with the Saints because I mean we do know Jameis can at least he is fantasy friendly at least for wide receivers.
That's just a bad real life move for the Saints. I mean,
Yeah, no, moving up 5 spots to get Olave to me is crazy, crazy.
that's
Like I don't understand trading up to get. I mean, I like Olave, but I mean he might have still been there at 16, and if not, maybe you get one of the other wide receivers. Yeah, that was the worst trade in the history of the NFL. I still can't believe they traded up just to take Chris Olave. Okay, we have another trade. So the Lions have traded with Minnesota.
interesting. Interesting.
So the Lions are now on the clock. I'm assuming Minnesota went back. I'm going to assume they went back to 32, where the Lions' next pick was.
Yeah, that's a good point. You hate to see all these good skill players going to bad situations. That's usually what happens. Usually the good teams don't get the good picks. They don't go for the best players. We'll see if Green Bay, Kansas City take a receiver early. Um, it's possible. I don't think we can assume both will, but there's still some. I'd argue, honestly, going to the Jets, that might not even be as bad as like if whoever might get drafted by like Tennessee, because that's not a pass friendly offense. You know what I mean? So it's not always, you say, oh, Jets, that's terrible. It might not be as bad as a situation as we think.
Okay, I'm a little biased because I love Olave. He was my top rookie wide receiver, but I think right now Olave is in the best situation of all the wide receivers taken so far because he's gonna
Look,
he's gonna have an immediate role. Jameis, okay,
probably.
would you rather Jameis Winston, Zach Wilson, or Marcus Mariota be throwing you the football? I'm gonna take
That's what I was
Jameis
gonna
Winston
say.
every
If Jameis Winston is the guy all year, yes, because he's got Michael Thomas opposite him, assuming he plays, and he can play that secondary role in the deep threat.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Um,
I agree with that.
No, I think there's going to be some wide receivers get drafted a little later who will jump ahead of Olave, but I think right now I'd have Olave first. So the Lions traded 32, 34, and 66, and they got the 12 and the 46. Now,
That's not too bad.
they have to. This has to be for a quarterback, right? I mean, I know we said that about the Saints, but this one has to be for a quarterback, right?
Obviously not. I mean, who knows what these teams are doing? I mean, I don't know if it's Detroit. We're talking about Detroit moving up. Is Detroit?
I mean, they just moved up 20 spots.
But what did
20
they give
spots.
up? But what did they give up to get Goff? They've got to roll with him at least one more year, I would think.
I don't know. I mean, you move up. I mean, it's the Lions and it's the NFL, and we didn't think, well, it's another wide receiver.
Well, see, I think wide receivers run the league now. That's how these teams think. They looked at Jamar Chase and said, "Wow, that pick got them to the Super Bowl. We're going to do that."
And this might be the worst landing spot, especially for this guy. It's Jamison Williams.
Well, I hope he's not ready by week 1, so he has time to sit
Oh, this
and,
is brutal.
and heal. Man,
This is not a. I mean, man, that's brutal for Jamison Williams. I mean, it's also brutal for the Lions. Traded up 20 spots to take Jamison Williams.
I mean, they weren't going to get him later, I guess, obviously. Is there a significant difference between him and the guys who would have been later, like Dotson and Moore? Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. If you really want a high end receiver, you're going to have to trade up. And they already had their guy with Hutchinson. So I think the trade itself isn't bad because they didn't, they gave up an early pick, but they still got this pick. They already had another one and they didn't move too far down. So I don't hate the move by Detroit. I really don't. I think the Saints one was worse because they gave up more just to move up to get Olave. So um, I just hate the landing spot, of course.
Yeah. Yes, Williams was a pick. Yep. Looks like they might be all in on Goff this year.
This year, yeah, I think they have to be based on what they did. I know it was more about Stafford wanting out than them craving Goff as like thought it was an upgrade, but still, from what they did financially and put behind, they have to give Goff another year. So
Like, and also, are we still on the Sun God? I mean, with a healthy Swift, probably
yeah,
Hawkinson back, Jameson Williams now. I mean, are we still expecting the Sun God to, and Jared Goff still the QB? I mean, are we still really high on the Sun God here? Are people still really doing this?
he's not getting that kind of target share like he did at the end of the season unless Hawkinson and Williams are both in the sideline. Like if that
Yeah,
and Swift.
I guess the good news is for St. Brown um, is maybe Williams isn't ready at the start of the season, and maybe he has some value early in the season, but he's not going to be that playoff um, league winner like he was last year. That's for sure.
Malik Willis is not in his chair. What does that mean? He's on the
That means
phone.
he's mad that he's like, wait, I haven't been picked yet. It's gonna be like an Aaron Rodgers thing where he doesn't get picked the entire first round.
No quarterbacks yet. That's not too shocking.
So this is some good news. The NFL announced that the Chargers at Chiefs will be the Week 2 Thursday night football game. We might actually have an exciting Thursday night football game,
Nice.
and it's going to be on Prime Video.
Hey, they're going to
That's,
be releasing the schedule, what, in 2 weeks or something?
yeah, May 12th.
I think so.
All right, now the Eagles have traded up to pick 13.
To get a receiver.
You're a wide receiver, I guess.
Yeah, we don't know the full schedule yet.
So Houston did trade back. So let's see if it's, I don't know what pick it was for. I figured this would be a lot of trades tonight, so that's at least I've gotten that right. I don't know if Houston's gone back to 15 or 18 yet.
Okay, so I just hope if this is Philly picking, is Philly officially on the clock right now then?
Philly is officially on the clock, and they are giving up the 15th pick, so they're moving up 2 spots. And then they're also giving up pick 124, 162, and 166.
Trade crazy this year. Like I'd say this is late. We're finding this out, but of course on the broadcast, like the Lions haven't even picked yet. So um if Philly does take Traylon Burks, I'll be a little disappointed. Not gonna lie. A little disappointed. That's not the spot where I wanted him to go, but it's not guaranteed.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about that exact scenario before the thing, that this would be a terrible spot for Traylon Burks because um um he's not the guy for this, like, right? He's not the guy for Jalen Hurts. He's a contested catch physical guy, and
It's
Jalen
just
Hurts isn't the guy that's gonna, like, force it in there. So
yeah. So Burks has got to be the top receiver on the board left. And then you got like Moore, Dotson, Pickens. I don't think Pickens will go this early. Guys like that. Yeah, every year Philly gets a receiver first round, and half the time it's probably more than half the time it busts. JJ
yeah,
Whiteside,
I
massive
think
bust. Jalen Rager, I think it's safe to say is a bust.
I think Smith is the only non-bust, really.
Smith's good. I think he'll be good.
I mean, I like Sky Moore here. I like Sky Moore too, but I don't think you can trade up for Sky Moore.
No, that's the thing. He's not that type. Jameson Williams, I get it, right? Trading up to get a guy like him. You don't trade up to get Sky Moore, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking more and more likely that some wide receiver is going to fall to Green Bay, and but you know what? I don't with the wide receiver run that we're seeing. I think it just makes it more likely that the Green Bay doesn't take a wide receiver in the first round, because they're going to look and say, "Hey, all the elite ones are gone. Let's just wait till the second."
That's true. That's true. I mean, the value might not be there. The way these teams are going crazy for receivers.
And it's not for a wide receiver. They're
All
taking
right.
Jordan Davis, defensive tackle.
We were hearing Jordan Davis was kind of moving up because at first he was kind of like to late first round grade, but then I saw something yesterday that said that he's been moving up in people's eyes. So, look, that's a solid pick. I mean, D lineman.
So it looks like the Eagles, from the reports that the Eagles were worried that the Ravens were going to take him. So
So now I see Ravens. Maybe Ravens go Booth. I mean, that's definitely what they need.
well, that was a crazy stretch right there.
More trades to come still, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think we'll definitely see more trades. And that's the other thing. Some of these trades, some of these teams, like the Eagles, that have, the Lions, these teams that have multiple firsts, they can afford to trade up, right? They can afford to move up because it's like, okay, yeah, maybe we overpay a little bit to move up, but we have another first round pick coming, so it's okay.
Kyle Hamilton is still on the board, right?
Yes.
Hamilton, McDuffie, maybe would make sense for the Ravens. That's funny. We heard talk. They were saying Hamilton might be top 10 pick, top 5 even. Yeah, it's not happening.
Yeah. So I like this for the Vikings. They now have picks 32, 34, 66, and 77. I think that's really what you want in this draft. You just want a bunch of second and third round picks.
Vikings definitely did not need to trade up to get a receiver.
No.
All right. Congrats,
Wow.
Roberto.
Congratulations, Roberto. Awesome.
And
Congratulations.
and condolences for having to buy a house in California.
Yeah, that's true. So okay, we just had 4 wide receivers go off real quick. So how I think I would rank them right now: Olave, Wilson, Williams, London. That would be my ranking right now off the cuff.
Long term dynasty ranking.
Yeah, dynasty this year. I mean, I don't really think there's a huge difference because none of these guys are really with a known QB that we feel good about for the next few years. So they all are going to have question marks in the offense and with the QB. So
Yeah, I think Olave has to be first. Um, kind of torn between Jameson and Garrett Wilson. I think Wilson might make more of an immediate impact. I think Williams could be the better player long term, but being in Detroit, it kind of kills a lot of that vibe. So probably go Wilson second, and then Jameson, and then London's last.
yeah, that's how I
Yeah.
have it. That's how I have it right now. Your
And
boy
then
Traylon Burks might end up somewhere really good.
that's what I'm saying. That's the way it plays out a lot of times. Look, teams coming up that could take a receiver. Maybe Houston, probably not Washington. Maybe. um, Philadelphia is coming back around, number 18. Maybe they pull the trigger there. And then there's Green Bay. So those are the most likely landing spots next, and then eventually Tennessee, Kansas City.
Yeah, I mean Malik to whatever team he goes to doesn't really change anything for me this year because I don't think Malik's going to play much this year, regardless.
It'll be like a Trey Lance situation.
Yeah, so it might make me feel better about Terry next year, but I still wouldn't. It wouldn't change my feeling about him this year. Like they didn't make that trade for Carson Wentz to have Carson Wentz sit behind Malik Willis, and they might have made that trade for Carson Wentz to potentially have Malik Willis sit behind Carson Wentz. But Carson Wentz is going to start most of the games this year.
We think.
Sadly, no, he will. They didn't make that trade to not play him. Now, if they're 4-10 and the season's over, then sure we might see Malik down the stretch. But
All right, so they're now announcing the Eagles pick.
Roberto debt for life, yeah, yep.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
They're just now announcing the Eagles pick. We were way ahead of them. Garrett Wilson, early projection, 67 receptions, 850 yards, 5 touchdowns. Seems about right. Don't love it.
He's just going to give everyone 5 touchdowns.
Yeah. Five touchdowns is pretty, standard. That's like a pretty almost anybody can get 5 touchdowns if they're on the field enough. Unless you're Kyle Pitts.
Yeah, or Olamide Zacchaeus.
Well,
So we've seen a lot of trades of picks and up. What we have not seen is any of those players get traded. Obviously, no Debo trade, no Baker Mayfield trade. A lot of people thought that was going to happen. It's not happening. So
All right, so the Ravens have gone with Kyle Hamilton.
smart pick. They definitely need secondary help. That's for sure.
All right, so we've got Twitter knows
Twitter
things.
knows all.
Twitter knows things. All right,
Twitter
so
has sources.
we got Houston here, followed by Washington. I could see either of these teams going wide receiver. I could see either of these teams going QB.
Let's see if my comic. Yes.
Elon Musk knows all. Well, we got some big best ball news. Underdog Fantasy just announced a $10 million prize pool for Best Ball Mania 3. Wow.
We got a limit. Say I'm gonna join that. Gonna join that. Like if for some reason anybody who is not an underdog yet,
Yeah.
it's a good time to join. But
Good time to join.
use promo Endgame.
Yes, please. Help us out. Help support us a little bit.
All right, so I guess the Ravens pick.
Yeah, we already know it.
Unofficially in. Pick is in. We got Houston on the clock.
Yeah, Houston is on the clock.
Could Houston go receiver?
Houston could definitely go receiver here. Houston could go QB. Houston could go defense. Houston could go offensive line.
It could go punter. Get crazy.
Yeah.
I don't think they'll go quarterback because I think Davis Mills showed some things last year. Give him a shot.
I
Not
agree.
a great quarterback class.
I agree. I think you give Davis Mills a shot. If it doesn't work out, you can always grab QB next year.
Exactly. Now at this point, I'm just on Burks' watch. I want to see where Traylon Burks ends up.
Well, what's up, buddy? What's up, little buddy? You all right? You have a bad dream? Shh, it's okay. Just something outside.
Yeah, and for the first time, you won't hear my dogs on the live stream because I'm not at home.
That's true.
It's not possible.
And your video looks great. So
yeah, that's how you can tell.
Unlike the test
That's
run
a
yesterday.
yeah.
Oh, don't worry, buddy. I'm just moving a little. Get a little more comfortable here. There we go.
Does Twitter have the next 10 picks yet?
No, no pick yet. Hey, dude. What? Huge trade. Huge trade.
Another trade?
The Ravens have traded Marquise Brown to the Cardinals.
What? Marquise Brown?
Yes.
Why? Like, why?
Rashad Bateman season. Rashad Bateman now the wide receiver 1 in Baltimore. Wow, huge. That's a huge trade. Just which is weird because it just looked like last year Lamar and Marquise Brown were finally clicking.
That's just that's weird. It's just weird. Like, why? I just don't get what made them do that.
Wow.
That is not something anybody expected. If they're a receiver getting
So
traded, nobody called Marquise Brown ever.
this is even crazier to me. They traded Marquise Brown and pick 100. The Cardinals for pick 23. So they wanted another first round pick. So maybe they're going with the Hollywood Brown replacement at 23?
That would make sense, but how can they guarantee whoever they want is going to be there?
Wow.
Okay, did not see that happening.
No, I think this is actually better for Hollywood. I'd rather Kyler Murray be throwing the ball to Hollywood than Lamar Jackson.
Well, yeah, for him specifically in fantasy, you've got to like it. I mean, obviously, but look, a lot of times we keep thinking, oh, put them in the air raid and it's going to be they're going to boom, they're going to boom. What receiver has really boomed in Arizona with Kyler Murray and the Cardinals? DeAndre Hopkins, obviously hurt a lot of last year, and when he was out, that offense, the pass offense, was just not good. And air raid doesn't mean they're throwing the ball 70 times a game either. They ran the ball a lot. So I think a lot of people now are going to overreact, and it's going to be, Hollywood season. But it's what I'm telling you. It's the of Elijah Moore. Marquise Brown ADP is now going to go up, but it doesn't mean his production is going to go up because he was the number one guy in Baltimore. He will not be the number one guy in Arizona. So I don't know. I'm probably gonna have fewer shares, if any, of Marquise Brown now.
Who did Houston take? I missed it.
Well, on the broadcast I'm showing, it just says pick is in. They haven't showed it yet.
Because I did just see a report that Washington took Jahan Dotson. Jahan Dotson.
Washington? Oh,
Yeah.
see, we're behind now.
I haven't seen. but I didn't see Houston's pick.
I'm not seeing anything.
Okay, here's Houston's pick on the actual broadcast.
Trying to keep up. Kenyon Green.
Well, I mean,
Not an exciting pick. It's a smart pick too.
smart pick, not exciting pick.
Telling you already, it's been one of the craziest drafts. Not because of quarterbacks either, and that's what we thought. Usually the crazy trades, like with the Mitch Trubisky thing, and all that happens with people want their quarterbacks. Nope. Now it's all about receivers.
Yeah, it's all about receivers. Yeah, so the Commanders took Johan Dotson. He's not even like the best wide receiver on the board still.
Look, you've got to think too. At this point, what does that mean about Rondale Moore? They weren't comfortable with him as the number 2 guy, right? He didn't do a whole lot last year. He's a guy I wasn't super high on, and we thought, again, this is why I said everybody last year when he went to Arizona, through the roof. Not so much.
And
So
I forgot about this. Kyler Murray and Hollywood Brown played together in 2018 at Oklahoma.
that's true.
And Hollywood was very good that year. So, yeah, definitely.
It has to be said, over the NFL is such a copycat league.
Yeah.
Every team now is going to try to pair these college teammates, get a receiver to the quarterback. Look, maybe that's what Kyler Murray, like, it was like, okay, look, dude, we can't get you a private jet. But what if we get one of your old receiver buddies and we throw that? All right, fine. So that's what he get.
Yes, I was talking to my dog.
Yes, he was.
Right there. See him?
Yeah.
Hi, Oliver. Say hi. And here's my other one. Hi, Rogan. They're not as into the draft as we are, as you can see.
For those who don't know, if they've, I don't know if we have any long-time viewers before we were Endgame. We were doing videos just on Rotoballer. Tank was like honorary member of the crew.
Yes.
Tank made his presence known on several, and Tank was a bulldog. Tank is always honorary member of our.
Yes, he will
our
always
podcast
be
crew.
for sure.
Not Rogaine. He says Rogaine.
Rogan, like Joe Rogan, but without the Joe. But his name, he was not named after Joe Rogan in any way. So
I hope not.
all right, so who's on the clock? So who we got on the clock here? So we know. So the Commanders took Johan Dotson, which I don't like that at all.
He's a good player. It seems a little, well, yeah, I mean, it's fine. We didn't expect a lot of these receivers to go as early as they have. So I don't think it's a bad pick if he turns out to be, what he could be. I think he's all right.
Yeah, they are both Bulldogs. Yes, I don't know. I just think they have bigger needs.
True. So now I'm worried about my Traylon Burks. Teams keep taking receivers and not him.
All right, so the Chargers take Zion Johnson.
Smart.
Chargers on the clock.
That's what we said, right? They should go offensive line.
Yep.
Smart. Chargers fans should be happy. It's a boring pick, but it's a smart one.
And we got Philly back on the clock.
Um, so that last question there, do you think Brown to Arizona boosts his draft value? It's going to boost his ADP. I don't think it boosts his fantasy value, to be honest, because we talked about a lot of people perceive the Arizona pass offense to be better than it actually is. And I don't think his target share goes up going to Arizona. So um, don't overreact to that. Don't think that Hollywood Brown all of a sudden is going to do better. Bateman legitimately should do better unless they draft a receiver again super early, which they're not going to. So at this point, you've got to have Bateman over Marquise Brown.
Chargers took offensive guard Zion.
Yeah, they haven't officially picked yet on the TV broadcast, but Elon Musk already told us.
Yeah, not Zion Williamson of the Pelicans. So they didn't take him. Not that Zion.
No, that's a bad investment. That guy's never healthy.
What? Another huge trade. Oh my gosh, AJ Brown to the Eagles.
What? AJ Brown?
AJ Brown to the Eagles. This is Schefter reporting it.
You're kidding. What in the? So every receiver in the league is going to be on a different team next year. Is basically what you're telling me. What the? AJ Brown? Why? Why would they trade AJ Brown?
Wow.
I don't believe this. I need to verify this. Let me DM Elon and see if it's true.
Okay, so the Titans are trading into the first round for the Eagles pick, which is now on the clock. So now the Titans are going to be on the clock. And a third round pick. So Titans now on the clock. But who did the Titans like here so much that they traded AJ? I mean, are they going wide receiver?
I don't even know. I
Titans
don't even
wide
know these
receiver
days.
one is Robert Woods. Robert Woods is now the Titans wide receiver one,
Is
coming off ACL.
is any team going to actually pick from their slot and not trade it? And is any receiver going to be on the same team next year? That's the question I'm asking at this point.
I mean, I figured we would see. I figured we'd see a lot of trades because again, you got teams that don't have any first round picks and teams that have multiple. So teams with the multiple are like, yeah, sure, we'll find. I mean, this is a huge win for the Eagles, right? I don't think it's a huge win for AJ Brown, but it's a huge win for the Eagles. You can get AJ Brown with the 18th pick. Like, you're not going to draft a better wide receiver at the 18th pick right now.
Yeah, just what is the? Well, okay, tell me again because I'm still processing here. What did Tennessee get for
They
AJ
got the
Brown?
18th. They got the 18th pick and a third rounder.
That's it.
Yeah,
That's it.
that's it. Pick 101, 18 and 101.
All right. All right. So they.
Actually, I think you're drunk because you put NFL Go Drunk. You're home.
Yeah, I know. That's the joke. It's like
Oh, that's a joke now. I didn't realize it's a joke. I'm old.
because you're so drunk that you can't say go home. You're drunk.
Yeah.
You're good. Yeah.
This has been without a doubt the craziest offseason draft ever. Titans have Robert Woods, Nick Westbrook, Akine, Racy McMath. I don't even know who that is. Cody Hollister, Des Fitzpatrick. Wow. They got to go. I got to think. You got to think the Titans traded up to take a wide receiver here, right?
It's like I have no choice now. I mean, Robert Woods might even be healthy to start the season. Who else are they going to take?
I mean, I guess the I guess the Titans are thinking, well, instead of paying AJ Brown a bunch of money, we'll just draft Traylon Burks. Maybe they're gonna draft Traylon Burks. He's supposed to be AJ Brown, right?
Well, you know what? If he's the number one receiver in Tennessee, maybe that is good for him.
I mean, I think the Eagles are they're definitely giving Jalen Hurts as much help as they can. That's for sure.
It's looking like a good draft for them. Man, I didn't even think about that yet. Okay, I'm still processing the Tennessee side of this. Like, what the hell are they doing? Okay, so Philadelphia got their receiver. They have AJ Brown and Devontae Smith.
Yeah,
That's pretty good.
that's very good. That's very good. And I think what I really like about it from a real life perspective is you've got one guy, Devonta Smith, who's a very good route runner, very good separator, get open kind of guy. But then you pair him with the AJ Brown, who's big, physical, contested catch, yard after catch type of guy.
Yep.
So you've got um
Oh,
that
shots
hurts.
fired.
um so from a real life perspective, that's as good as it gets. And how do you cover that now? How do you cover that? And you've got a QB,
Who
and
can
you've got a
run?
QB that you have to worry about taking off to run at any time. Like, how are you going to cover that now?
That's
Um, I don't think the Packers are going to go wide receiver, especially now that all these wide receivers are gone. I think they'll just wait for the second round. I think what they should do is just go defense, bolster that defense. That's what's really kind of hurt them. I think the Packers should go defense.
well, there's so many receivers going early at this point. Unless Burks falls to them, they probably don't go
No,
receiver. You're right. What should they do? Was that the question? Is what should they do?
no,
Um,
it was what do you think they should do? And I think they should go defense and just wait on wide receiver.
if look to me, if Burks is there, you take him. If not, then yes, you should go defense.
Okay, so the Titans did select Traylon Burks.
The Titans?
Yeah, with that pick, with that trade.
I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, I like that now he's a number one guy on a team. I love that. I wish it was a better team, but and I mean better offensively, like pass offense. But okay,
Well, we're
we
gonna
have a
find
lot to
out if he's
process
really
here.
the next AJ Brown.
I mean, look, if the Titans didn't view him as the AJ Brown replacement, would they have done that? I mean, clearly they're
No,
thinking
no.
this guy's he's there as if they're almost interchangeable because they didn't get anything out of it other than a third round pick. And they didn't do it just for that. So yeah, you save some money, but they've got to view Burks really highly and as basically the same type of player, which he sort of is as AJ Brown. A little taller, but
Yeah, and now just the Eagles have just given AJ Brown a 4-year, 100 million, 57 million guaranteed.
wow. That is insane. That's insane. Okay, we're gonna have to rejumble all this now as far as the rankings because a lot just changed in the last like 5 minutes. Bad spot. Bad spot for who? For Burks?
Yeah,
Not
I
really
mean,
though. I mean, he's the number one guy there. Look, I'm never gonna be the biggest Tannehill fan, as you know, for obvious reasons, but he's at least a capable quarterback, man. Compared to London and Atlanta, that's a terrible spot.
yeah, I would definitely still have. I mean, the thing is, it's like, yeah, I think no, the Eagles definitely fleece the Titans because we know AJ Brown is really good. Traylon Burks could be the next AJ Brown, but we don't know that yet, right? He's a
No,
rookie who's never played an NFL snap, so they
it's just
certainly fleeced.
it's crazy for a team that was one of the best teams record-wise in the league last year, and that it wants to be a contender, that they would trade their top receiver for a rookie. That's what's insane, and then not because they got anything out of it either. They didn't get anything. Why? That's what's insane. Why would they do that?
Yeah,
You know, that doesn't make sense. Like the Saints trade was not good. It was bad, right? It was their Saints made a bad trade, but the Saints weren't a legit contender last year. They may not be this year. That's a team that's kind of trying to find its identity, right? Which I guess now their identity is we have a receiver named Chris Olave. But for the Titans, this makes no sense. It makes no sense.
yeah.
Titans fans have got to be pissed. Look, I would think.
So
Look, I don't know if anybody's on, maybe not a member. I'm pretty sure we don't have any Titans fans in the Discord, not that I know of. If anybody has a chance, look on Titans Twitter and just get reactions. I just wanted to see reactions. I want to know what they are saying, what they're doing, because apparently Vikings Twitter was pretty spicy after they traded down. They weren't happy because of course you want picks, right? So touch a nerve. No, it takes a lot. I think my nerves are all dull by now, so don't worry about that. As a Dolphins fan, anything about GM paying Brian Flores his game? Well, the GM probably knew about it, but he's going to do what the owner says. What do I think about the owner? I think the same as I did before of him. Not a fan for various reasons. I'm not really a fan of owners in general for various reasons, but good for Flores for actually being honest and for doing what he did, which is probably long overdue, right? Pull the curtain behind some of the crap that goes on with these billionaires. So, yeah, I mean, Chris can attest to this. I think we all wish that our teams had really nice owners or like good
yeah,
upstanding citizens, but that's not the way it works, right? These are guys who have money and feel that they can do whatever they want. So, look, good for Flores for doing what he did. Yeah, our owner not gonna probably say anything specifically, and just gonna focus on the players in the field. Is that
yeah.
politically
So
correct enough?
I think, I mean, this definitely moves Burks up for me than where I was pre-draft because, again, we don't know if he's going to be as good as AJ Brown, of course, but we know that's going to be his role because that's the Titans just told us like, hey, we're fine trading AJ Brown and drafting Traylon Burks instead.
You've
They're
got to
likely
take that in
lower than
consideration. Like draft stock, I know, Chris, we always say this, right? Draft stock, it doesn't mean anything once the season starts, right? Once training camp is underway and all that. But that shows you how a team values a player. And that tells you what Tennessee thinks of Burks. It tells you what these guys think of these receivers. And that does matter, right? Initially.
Yeah, so maybe I'm biased, but I think I still have Olave number one because, again, we know Jameis Winston can support fantasy wide receivers and multiple fantasy wide receivers. But I might have to put Burks two now.
You know what? I'm with you. I didn't have Olave as my number one receiver. I had it before the draft. I had it Wilson, Burks, Olave. And so now I'm basically flipping it. I'm going Olave, Burks, Wilson,
Yeah, I think that's where I'm at too.
and then Jameson Williams,
Yeah, and then Jameson Williams. Yeah,
and then Drake London.
yeah, London last.
Actually, well, okay. Well, how about this? Dotson versus London.
London, London.
Yeah. If Washington had a different quarterback, maybe you can make a case for Dotson, but no.
So the Saints took Trevor Penning.
All right. Oh, you know what we forgot about? We keep talking, okay, who's next? Receivers available. Sky Moore, we know we want to see where he goes.
Yeah.
Pickens, I don't know if he'll be a first rounder, but interesting. I want to see where Christian Watson ends up. He's my guy I talked about in that video. I want to see. Look, if the Chiefs take Christian Watson, which a lot of people think might happen, I mean, come on, where does he land?
Well, he's definitely got to go way up. So this is now the latest we've seen a draft go without any QB selection since 1997 when Jim Drunkenmiller, and I swear that's his name, went 26 to the 49ers. Steelers are on the clock at 20 now. Yeah, but that was the Saints with Sean Payton. There's gonna be a whole new offense.
Yeah.
I just feel like I feel better about Jameis Winston throwing the football than I do. I mean, I feel pretty good about Tannehill. I just think Olave is the type of guy can succeed anywhere. But I got Burks at 2 now, which before I was very low on Burks. So he's all the way up to 2 for me now.
There you go. Get on the bandwagon. Let's go. Do we see? Well,
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we see Roberto's comments?
Yeah, I did. That was funny. I'll put it up there again because it was so funny. Yeah, you're gonna need that 10 mil now, Roberto.
Yeah. We're gonna do a strategy video at some point, especially now this underdog contest. I think we're gonna have to roll out a draft. What, next week?
Yeah, we're definitely gonna. We have one going on. We have one that we need more people to sign up for. So.
Willis to the Steelers makes too much sense. Makes way too much sense.
Yeah, Willis to the Steelers looking very likely now.
Steelers got to be happy if that happens. Well, this so far first round is not disappointing.
No,
That's for
this
sure.
is going crazy, but not even in the way I expected. Crazy.
Exactly. We haven't seen a single running back.
Oh, I didn't think we'd see one of those.
Quarterback, tight end taken. The receivers own the NFL now. Receivers run the league.
Teleportation, 1000%. What are you going to do? What do you do with X-ray vision?
Yeah, X-ray vision is cool, but teleportation every time.
It's like, hey, where do you want to travel to today? Name a place, and we're there. No airfare, no going through TSA, no nothing. You're just there. Way better.
What would be better than X-ray vision? It would be like invisibility cloak, like Harry Potter style.
Yeah.
But that still doesn't approach teleportation.
I don't remember the full deal for the trade to the Vikings, but the Vikings traded back to 32. The Lions traded up to 12. And then the Vikings also got another second or third, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Vikings fans are just upset because they didn't pick anybody and they didn't want to trade down because nobody wants to trade down because that's not fun. But it's smart. Oh yeah, don't worry, bro. We're gonna do a best ball. Like we've been doing best ball drafts, and you get a lot of those pre-draft values that way, right? Because nobody knows where they're gonna land, so you can get some good value picks. But yeah, we're definitely gonna be doing some more in depth. We're gonna do one on Best Ball Mania, right? We'll do a draft in there, and then got to probably do just this general strategy one.
Yeah, if you pick X-ray vision, yeah, you're a perv, right? That's like
oh, I guess that's a meme. That's a thing we haven't caught on to. I didn't know that. Reminder: Chris and I, old.
Yeah,
well, oldish. We're Gen X. We're not boomers. You can't say, "Hey, boomer."
I was already kind of down on the Sun God because he did all his damage with no Hawkinson, no Swift, really. So yes, I think with Williams, his stock definitely goes down.
Okay, that's funny. All right. Yeah, Jameson is. It's going to be so hard to know what to expect of Williams. A lot of people thinking, yeah, he's going to be ready week 1. Don't worry about the injury. It's Detroit. Look, Goff. I don't think Goff's the worst quarterback in the world. Like, I don't think he's going to kill his value. I mean, obviously, they were able to support the Sun God like last year, but it's a different role, right? Williams is going to have to get a big target share. And I just don't know if that offense in general is going to have enough targets. They're still going to want to ground and pound. They're going to use Swift. It's not just a productive enough offense, to generate that many targets. So
Yeah.
you have to get target share with a decent enough target volume. It looks like Nate. Is it Nate or someone trying to jump on?
I think it's Nate, but I hear him like I muted him. Okay, he doesn't want to be on the stream. He just wants to be in the chat. Yeah, Sun God won a lot of people championships for sure.
Look, I will always have a place in my heart. Chris knows this, for Juju, because he won me a couple championships back in the day, a couple years ago. Right, his second year. So,
oh my gosh! Well, the Steelers go QB, but not who we thought.
did they get Pickett? They got Pickett because he's the Pittsburgh boy, right?
Yes.
Wow. So Pickett went before Willis.
Yep. Kenny Pickett to the Steelers.
That in itself is not shocking because way back I thought, it makes too much sense, right? Pickett to Pittsburgh. But I can't believe now, after everything, that he's going over Willis. Man, a lot of people didn't even have Kenny Pickett as a first-round pick. Look, you've got to think that even though it's not like one of the events at the combine, if Dan Campbell didn't think that Jameson was able to at least gnaw off part of a kneecap, he wouldn't be on the squad. So I think he probably interviewed well enough. Like when he was asked that question, I think he probably got the answer he was looking for. Traylon Burks really would have made sense for Detroit. I mean, if you go out and like hunt hogs with your bare hands, that's the kind of guy. So I'm actually surprised Traylon Burks didn't go to Detroit. But good question. Pickett. Okay, here's the real question. Is he able to physically grip a football with his tiny, miniature doll hands?
Tiny Deadpool after they got cut off hands.
Exactly.
I don't know if this necessarily.
A little bit.
I don't think it's good or bad for Devonta Smith. Maybe it's good. I mean, it's always good when teams have to worry about multiple wide receivers because they can't just worry about you. And they didn't really have anybody else to worry about last year. So I think it's good for Smith.
I think it's mostly good.
Yeah, and I think I was talking about it that A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith, they complement each other. They both do different things very well. So It's not like they both, run intermediate routes really. They do very different things, very different skill sets. So I think it's going to be very hard to defend them, which is good for anybody.
It's not going to hurt Devontae Smith too much because they needed something else. It's going to help the whole offense.
Yeah.
And so a better offense means better scoring opportunities, more, the coverage is going to shift a little bit more towards A.J. Brown instead of Devontae Smith. So he won't see those top corners anymore. So it will help him make plays down the field. So again, we have to distinguish between target share and like quality of target, like the opportunities, the quality of those targets. He'll get better quality targets now. And his target share wasn't massive, and it doesn't need to be massive because he's not a guy who's like volume dependent, right? He's not one of these slot receivers who needs to be fed the ball 7-8 times in order, like a Hunter Renfrow, right? Like if a Hunter Renfrow doesn't get targeted 7-8 times, he's not going to have a big game, right? Because he's not going to make 20, 30-yard plays down the field. Devontae Smith can do that. So I actually think it's a little bit of a help for Devontae Smith. I think it would be better if the Eagles, pass the ball more than like 20 times a game. I don't know if that's going to happen this year. We'll see. Maybe we'll see more balanced offense. Maybe that's what they realize. hey, remember the beginning of the year when we were passing the ball like 50 times and only let Jalen Hurts do everything? That didn't work great. But
Yeah.
remember when we ran it 50 times and never passed the ball? Like that didn't work out as good either. So maybe we should like balance things out. That might help.
All right, so just got word Patriots are trading back. Haven't got the details yet.
So Kenny Pickett to the Steelers. What do we do with
That
Mitch
question
Trubisky
is,
now?
does Kenny Pickett take over as a starter at some point, or does he sit behind Trubisky for a year?
Look, why would they trade for Trubisky and then have him as the backup to a rookie? I mean, it almost makes you wonder why they traded for Trubisky in the first place, if this was their plan. But I've got to think that Pickett's going to be on the bench for the first half of the year.
Yeah, at least, right? Maybe like again, kind of like if they're completely out of contention, then you put him in there and see what he's got. But yeah, I still
What's
think
weird is Pickett and Trubisky are like two very similar types
they
of
are.
quarterbacks. Like
They are.
not identical, but very similar.
Yeah, Patriots traded back. I'm still to the Chiefs. So the Chiefs trading up for wide receiver, maybe?
Maybe. Maybe.
Oh, Chiefs moving up. Why would the Chiefs be moving up? What could it be for?
In this year's draft, only receiver. Like that is it.
I don't know what the Chiefs are on the clock. Not sure what pick because the Chiefs had back-to-back first-round picks. So I'm not sure which one. I'll assume pick 29. But we shall see.
So which receiver are the Chiefs getting? Are they going Pickett for upside? They can go with Sky Moore or throw a surprise in there. Who else? Christian Watson.
Christian Watson. A lot of people think Christian Watson to the Chiefs, right? That was a common landing spot for him. All right, so Patriots get pick 21. No, sorry. Patriots trade pick 21. Chiefs moving up Patriots. So let's see. So here's the actual trade. The Chiefs get pick 21. Patriots get 29, 94, and 121. Patriots did go back to 29.
Patriots always trade back.
Yeah, that's almost like a given, right? That they're gonna trade back. Yeah, I like Sky too, but I don't think they're. I mean, I would if this is Sky Moore. I mean, he might be my wide receiver one.
I wouldn't put him that high, but he definitely moves up. Definitely moves up here. I really want it to be Watson, though. Come on, Watson.
So
Chiefs.
Eagles moved up to draft Jordan Davis, completed a blockbuster trade for AJ Brown, and did it without giving up either of their double first round picks in the 2023 draft. I think what's his name? Howie. What's the name? Howie what? The GM of the Eagles? Howie what's his name?
Roseman?
Yeah, he's got to be like one of the best GMs. He's got to be.
Yeah, I look. They've managed to be competitive at least for years without having a true franchise quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the moves didn't work out, especially remember like the whole little Sam Bradford thing, and you know, but they managed to squeeze Super Bowl out of the last several years with Nick Foles. I mean, I never thought much of Doug Peterson as a coach, to be honest. So I think they've always managed to have a really good defense. I think it's smart that they trying to build back that way with Davis, and now realizing they need help at wide receiver. So I agree. I mean, they've made smart moves so far.
All right, so yeah, it looks like Chiefs are going corner here. They traded up to take a corner. I don't know which one yet. I haven't seen which one. Washington quarterback Trent McDuffie.
McDuffie. Yeah.
McDuffie is the pick.
All right. That's solid. I mean, they definitely need secondary help. We know that.
Especially, and you know what? You got to think that was somebody that the Bills were probably looking at.
That's the other thing. You know, if a team trades back or moves up, well, if a team trades back, it's either because they need multiple picks and help and they didn't really have a guy in mind to target. Team trades up, that's usually it. It's not just, oh, we really want this guy. They're trying to snipe somebody else, right?
Yeah, they're probably trying to snipe the Bills there. And
Especially the team
yeah,
that just beat them, right, in the playoffs.
the AFC, man. I mean, you're talking about, well, they have Mahomes, so you don't have to worry about that. But you're talking about Josh Allen, Russell Wilson, Deshaun Watson, Justin Herbert, Lamar Jackson. I
Yep.
mean, Joe Burrow. Like, you're gonna get to the Super Bowl in the AFC because you shut down other passing games. You know what I mean? That's what it's gonna come down to, because you're gonna have to play a couple. More than likely, you're gonna have to play a couple of those guys to get to the Super Bowl. At least two of those quarterbacks to get to the Super Bowl.
Yep.
You're not going to do that without a defense. So that's why I think it would be crazy. Everybody mocking Brees Hall to the Bills at 25. I just think that would be insane. Like, Brees Hall isn't going to help you get to the Super Bowl. Brees Hall
That's
isn't
not what
going to
they
stop
need.
Mahomes and Deshaun Watson and Joe Burrow. He's not going to do any of that.
That's not the difference between winning or losing a Super Bowl is, oh,
No,
the running back's the missing piece. That's no. Come playoff
like,
time, they're not going to put the hands in the ball of the running back. They're going to put the hands in the ball of the quarterback, right? The guy who's your
exactly.
franchise, Josh Allen. They're not going to want a running back to be the guy that they count on. So, if anything, it would make more sense to take another receiver, which
Yeah.
is not what their best need is either. They're going to need a guy who can stop Pat Mahomes, Joe Burrow, right? So,
The Bills do need a wide receiver singer, but they also need corner help. They need secondary help. I mean, you got
yeah,
White coming off ACL. There's
they'll go
there's talk
defense.
there's talk that I can't think of his name right now, might hold out for a contract. Their other good corner.
They could go for a guy like Booth. That would make sense. Yeah, but that baby years from now is going to look at that video and like, oh man, I was on ESPN.
I like Sky Moore too, Stinger. I hope he lands somewhere good.
Pick is in for the pack. We don't have advanced word yet.
We just now do linebacker Quay Walker.
That's boring.
I mean, they just don't draft wide receivers.
We should have known. We should have known. Everyone wants to talk themselves into thinking Packers are going to take a receiver, and they never do.
Well, they do have one more. They do have one more first round pick.
Yeah, I mean they could still take a receiver early, but do you really think they're going to?
No, I really don't. I don't think they should. I don't think they should. I think they should. I said they should go defense with these two picks, and then grab wide receivers in the second and third. Look, you have Aaron Rodgers. Um, you give him one good wide receiver, he'll be fine. He doesn't need like three stud wide receivers, right?
Yeah, but does he have a good wide receiver right now?
Not yet, but there will be some wide receivers who fall, or maybe you trade for one. Like, that's the other thing I said, right? I mean,
Well,
hey,
that's
the way this
the way it
draft
is
is going,
now. Everybody's on the
maybe
market.
Debo, right? They trade that other pick for Debo now, maybe.
Every wide receiver in the NFL is on the trading block.
Yeah. All right. The Bills have traded up to pick 23, so they're like, we got to get our corner. Okay, the Bills definitely did not trade up at 23 to get Brees Hall. The Bills aren't sitting there worried that Brees Hall is going to be gone. So we can put that to bed finally.
Yeah, pretty sure they weren't worried about Baltimore or Dallas sniping them on a running back.
Yeah.
They're definitely taking a corner.
Yeah, they're taking a corner here, like they should, or wide receiver maybe.
Maybe.
So here we
I mean,
go. So we got Ravens down to 25 and pick 130.
it also doesn't necessarily make sense if they're taking a receiver. They would only because they would be worried if the teams ahead of them would take a guy, right? Well, they're trading with Baltimore. Well, Baltimore would be the team you think would take a receiver since they just traded Hollywood Brown. Well, they wouldn't do that if they were going to
Yeah,
take a receiver anyways. So that doesn't even make sense.
yeah. So Bills almost certainly going corner here.
Yeah. Defense
Because
for
you're
sure.
right. So the
That's
23 pick has gone from the Cardinals to the Ravens, now to the Bills.
Pickett season.
You know,
Yeah.
Stinger, Stinger, I would say it's too bold, but it's you. I thought Mooney over A-Rod was too bold. So
Yeah, that's pretty. Look, if you want to say games played make the
I don't.
difference, yeah. Fantasy points per game, I'm pretty sure we can't say Olave over Michael Thomas.
Yeah, you got to think. I got to think Booth is going to be the pick here, right?
Yeah,
Seems
it's got to be
seems like the
Booth.
obvious pick here.
Here's what would not be too bold. Michael Thomas gets traded
Yes, maybe Michael
to the
Thomas to the
Packers.
Packers.
To the
Michael
Packers.
Thomas to the Packers. Buffalo here, and Baltimore goes back to. Yeah, I'm loving this stream art. This is pretty awesome. I can do a lot of stuff on here.
I know it's pretty sweet.
It's pretty sweet. This is gonna be a game changer on our start sit shows during the season for real.
Sure.
Mike Tomlin on the possibility that Kenny Pickett starts this season. He's a mature young man. All of that puts him in a position to compete, and he'll be given an opportunity to compete.
Typical coach speak.
I mean, I'm surprised the Bills pick isn't in. Like when you trade up like this, you pretty much know who you're taking, right? Like you're trading up for a reason.
That's true. That's true. You would think.
Okay, so they did go corner, so it's got to be Booth. No, it's Kyer Elam.
Ah, almost forgot about Elam. I had him going pretty high. I didn't think he would go that high, but it was good.
So my guess is they wanted McDuffie or Elam. They were like, we're okay with either of those guys. And then when the Chiefs jumped them to take McDuffie, they're like, we better just trade up and get our guy now. All right, so who we got left here? So we got. Well, that was so we got the Cowboys, Ravens, Eagles now, right? Eagles went back 26. Bucks, Packers, Patriots, Chiefs, Bengals, Lions. No, Vikings.
Yeah, so the Buffalo pick is in, Cowboys on the clock.
Yeah, yes, you are, Stinger. You are the bold. You were the bold predictions guy last year. It's just some of them came true.
You've always been the bold predictions guy. The
Yes.
Giants predictions, although I do look, it all comes out in the wash. But like you nailed the Mooney thing. I do think you said something about Daniel Jones season, like top 10 quarterback. Maybe I have that a little bit wrong, but we can't nail them all. But yes, you are definitely the bold predictions guy now. That used to be me, but I've backed off. I can't be the bold. I can't be the bold guy if I'm the host. Chris was never a big fan of bold predictions. I used to force him to do bold predictions. He's like, "Why do I
Yeah.
want to do bold predictions? I
The
don't
only thing I
want
like, the only thing I hate more than bold predictions is NFL mock drafts.
to."
Which after tonight, no one's mock draft is even close. Like maybe the top 5 to 8 picks got right, but after that it just all went crazy, and no one's mock draft looks anything like the real draft, and it never does. And it
No.
always cracks me up how people are like, they're gonna take this guy, they're gonna take this guy, and it's like you have no idea. Like, and anything that is leaked out by like anything you hear by the team saying like we're thinking about this guy or thinking about this guy, it means they're not thinking about that guy because they wouldn't say who they're thinking about.
Yep. And then all these trades that you never would think, oh yeah, the Bills and Ravens are going to swap 23 and 25 because they got to 23 because they traded Marquise Brown. Like,
Yeah, exactly. Show me a mock draft that had the Ravens trading Marquise Brown for the Cardinals. There isn't one.
that's what makes it fun.
All right, so what do the Cowboys do here? Where's Jimmy? Is Jimmy on for this Cowboys pick? Nick, where's Nick?
Nick, I'm pretty sure said he was busy. Probably better he doesn't watch. He's never really too pleased with the drafts. I remember him being pretty upset last year. So
What do they really need? O-line, maybe wide receiver.
they do need O-line. I think I had mocked Kenyon Green to them. He was gone several
He's
picks
gone.
ago. So I think they need O-line because that's a position that's been deteriorating if they want their run game to be good again. So, but that's not the kind of pick Jerry makes. He's probably going to take a receiver. I mean, they really made a smart pick last year. Obviously, got one of the best defensive players in the league, who
Yeah.
fell in Micah Parsons. I don't know if there's not a player like that right now, right? They're not going to get that kind of insane value on a player who's fallen.
Well, they're definitely not on a defensive player this year because I feel like 3/4 of the draft has been defense so far.
Yeah, well, that's true. No, but the Cowboys' defense was their strength. So really, what they need to work on is offense. They should go offensive line.
I think they should go offensive line as well. But Jerry Jones is a wild card. I could see him going with like a Christian Watson here or some super high upside raw wide receiver. Right?
Yep, that feels like a Jerry pick. I mean, you'd say, well, we traded Amari Cooper. We need a receiver.
Yeah, we need to replace Cooper. Gallup coming off ACL.
Maybe. I mean, he wouldn't be completely wrong with saying that.
No, he wouldn't be completely wrong. But I think O-line would probably be a better pick here. They need to get that O-line fixed again, right? They used to have one of the most dominant O-lines last couple of years. It's been slipping. They need to get that addressed again. But Jerry Jones is he's a wild card. Never know him.
Cowboys milking the clock.
Yeah, Jerry Jones. It's all about Jerry Jones.
Maybe he's working the phone. Maybe they're seeing what they can get. They're trying to trade for Debo.
Have they? Oh, there. Yes, that's another thing. I would not be shocked at all if the Cowboys traded Debo.
That would just be amazing. Still milking it.
I'm trying to get Jimmy on the stream so we can get his reaction live here.
Oh, okay.
Oh, here he is. Okay, let's go.
Uh-oh.
All right, he's on the stream live. This is Jimmy, one of our Discord members, one of our most active members. What's up? He's an avid Cowboys fan, so we're gonna get his live reaction here when this pick comes in.
Yeah, yeah.
Who do you want them to take?
At this point, I don't know because it's all down to freaking Jerry, man.
You want him to go O line here, wide receiver, defense. What side of the ball you want to go on here?
I don't know. I try to stay out of the first round picks because that's Jerry Jones's thing, you know.
Okay, but
as a Cowboys fan, what do I want?
Yeah, what do you want?
What do you want?
Cowboys fan, as a fan, not don't try to predict. Just what do you want as a Cowboys fan?
I mean, we got to replace Amari, right?
I mean, that's definitely Roberto running back right here. Brees Hall,
running back. Can we not? Let's just not joke about that.
Definitely, I think for me, it's wide receiver or O line. I think is the pick here.
Yeah, I want to say wide receiver just because that's where probably Jerry's leaning. But what wide receiver at this point? I know there was a lot of hype on Cowboys Twitter for Treylon Burks, but
yeah, they're showing, and they always know something. They're showing Jermaine Johnson, like maybe get an edge rusher or Devin Lloyd at linebacker, who is surprised fell this far. I mean, he's one of the better linebackers. That's not what they need, of course. They don't need a linebacker, but edge rusher, you could always use an edge rusher. You think maybe they go Johnson?
Jermaine Johnson he's slipped a lot here. He was, supposed to go a lot further.
Yeah, yep. So he's probably the best player available on the board. You just go by best player.
Fucking, is this your year, Jay? You guys, no, it's not our year. Is that Bucky? That's Bucky, right?
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Chad I think he's changed his name like 5 times.
Cowboy fans. How come you're not out there with your feathers?
Oh, it's so funny. It's always our year. What am I talking about? It's always our year.
Oh, man. Okay. I got to ask you, you tapped into the Cowboys fan base. Is there a single Cowboy fan that doesn't actively hate Jerry Jones?
All right. Look, the Cowboys Twitter doesn't say they hate Jerry Jones. They just talk about how much they hate everything he does.
They don't want to be like shadow banned.
Yeah. You don't want to get on his bad side. You never know if Jerry Jones is scrolling through Twitter.
That's true.
The pick is in.
Uh-oh.
It's offensive tackle Tyler Smith.
Okay. Playing it safe.
I think that's a good pick. I think
that's a really good pick.
I think that's what they needed. It's safe. I think they need to get Dak protection. They need to open up holes for old man Zeke.
Yeah, just yesterday, I think some Sports Illustrated, someone talked about Cowboys drafting Tyron Smith. So.
Yeah, I think we should. I think my mind just got blown. Your real name is Chad? I thought your real name was Bucky this whole time.
Well, I figured Bucky last year didn't ring true as a real. But dude, I thought I remember I heard you do the Chad the Dad thing before, but I could have sworn on Twitch your thing said Adam something.
So we have no idea what your real name is. Yo, Chad, Bucky. That's your real name.
Chad.
That's the only thing we don't care about the draft right now. We just want to know your real name.
Reveal. I'm okay with Tyler Smith. I really am.
Yeah, that's we said that's what they need. Offensive line. That's the smart move. Don't need help on defense. I mean, look, if you want to get Zeke in the run game going, you got to build back up front.
I mean, this tells us a little bit about, Gallup's going to be missing a little bit. So this tells us a little bit that they might lean into Zeke and Pollard kind of 1-2 even more this year. So.
Well, I mean, they didn't go receiver. They're going to need to, right?
Yeah.
Balance an offense.
This is actually, I just saw this tweet. This is actually true, and it's hard to remember this because it happened so long ago. It feels like, but Amari Cooper was traded for a fifth. That seems like insane value for the Browns now, right?
Wow.
Like you got AJ Brown going for a first, you got Marquise Brown going for a first, you got Adams and Hill going for first, and then Amari Cooper goes for a fifth.
Wow.
Brown's got a steal there.
Yeah. That's the Cowboys for you. All right. Well, I'll let you guys get to the show.
His name is actually Chad. Not
You guys keep doing your thing here.
We will.
I'll be watching.
Appreciate it.
You guys are doing
appreciate
great.
you hopping on.
And I'm okay with the pick. I'm okay with it.
It's a exciting pick. It's not an exciting pick, but it's probably what they needed.
Yeah. All right. I'll see you guys in the chat.
All right. See ya. I don't know how the second D can stand for disappointment when your team has won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, no kidding. All right. So who is up now? Ravens are on the clock.
So who's up? Did I update that one? I think I updated it
again.
So we got Baltimore on the clock now after they traded back.
And then Tennessee to take another receiver.
Well, no, it's Philly now, right? Because didn't they trade that pick? I think I forgot to update it.
They didn't no, I'm looking at what the ESPN is still showing Tennessee on the clock next.
Is it still Tennessee? Okay. It is still Tennessee next? Yeah, it is still so they didn't trade that pick. So what does Baltimore do here? I mean, wide receiver seems like a need now.
Well, wide receiver would make sense. Maybe they shoot for upside, get a guy like Pickens.
Yeah, I mean,
they've taken so many receivers though through the draft. You got to think at some point they just stop. I mean, they took Hollywood.
Yeah, I mean, I
was
could
the
see
first round pick, Bateman, and then all the guys that didn't pan out. Like they just cut Miles Boykin. I know he was later picked, but still, and Duvernay, and they just. I mean, at some point, just stop drafting receivers and go somewhere else.
Yeah, I could see that. Who are the good corners left? Roberto just really wants to see Breece Hall go.
Look, we all do. Not to Baltimore, but we all want to see him go somewhere.
If he goes to Baltimore, I want to hear how people justify J.K. Dobbins and Breece Hall as great fantasy options on the same team. I would love to hear people do that.
Well, at least he knew. He's not going to go to Buffalo now.
Not in the first round, at least. And I don't even know when is Buffalo's next pick. Because they just traded.
Who knows? Let me see. Everything changes after every 2 picks.
Did they trade 57 or did they keep 57? What was the trade?
Let's see. Draft tracker.
So they only traded, so they still have 57. So they could go Breece Hall at 57 if he's still there. I don't think Hall's going to be there at 57, though. I think he's going to go fairly early in the second.
Breece Hall almost 100% will definitely not go in the first round unless Tampa Bay takes him.
That's true. How about this from Stinger? Kenneth Walker is going to go before Hall. Chad with 2 Ds. Could Willis fall back to the Lions? I mean, yeah, for sure. At this point, I don't think Willis is getting drafted in the first round.
Look, that's possible. Walker could definitely go ahead of Hall. Like, we all have Hall number 1, but it doesn't mean that NFL teams do.
Exactly. Stinger with another hot take. Gus Edwards should be the starter for Baltimore.
Look, I love Gus the Bus. He's a former Hurricane, but Nick, what is up?
Nick, checking in after the Cowboys pick. What's up? How you feeling?
I like it. Hey, we needed a lineman. Yeah. Hey, I'm happy with it, man. How are y'all doing?
I think that was a good pick. Good, solid, safe pick. It wasn't a Jerry Jones, shoot for the moon pick. I like it.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's exactly what we needed. Just play it safe, get an lineman. Hey, I'm happy with it. We didn't need to do anything fancy there, so I'm good.
I agree. Yeah, where are you at right now? What are you up to? What are you doing?
So I'm in Austin right now. I had a meeting and I was hanging out with a friend for a little bit afterwards, but I got to get home because I fly to Dallas tomorrow and I still haven't packed or anything. So I got to do that. But
All right. How's Austin? Is it a cool city?
yeah, I like it. I mean, I live like out in the suburbs, so I don't get to spend too much time here outside of school. But no, I like it. Dallas is better though. But
All right. I've heard good things about Austin. Like it's a cool place to visit.
yeah,
Austin's
the
an
problem is that
interesting place.
it's growing way too fast though because the infrastructure it can't handle as many people that are moving here. But it's still pretty cool.
Yeah, they definitely need to do something about like the downtown area, especially like I-35. You can't get
Oh my
through there without spending an hour in traffic.
Nah, because it's like 2 lanes going through downtown. That's unreal.
Dang.
All right.
Yeah.
You're walking. Okay, yeah, it looked like you're in there. So you're not like walking down 6th Street, are you?
No. No, I mean I can, but I need to get home, so I probably shouldn't be out there.
No. We'll have to
Yeah,
hang out. I'm not too far.
Texas.
Yeah, because you're down by San Antonio somewhere, right?
That's right. That's right. We get Austin every once in a while. So it's crazy. You saw Chris in California before you saw me in Texas.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. We definitely need to meet up sometime soon. It just happened to be that where I was in California was pretty close to where Chris is. Sorry, I'm
Yeah.
just trying to
Yeah,
kind of
that's
cross the street and not get run over.
Yeah, don't get run over. So a couple of updates here. The Cardinals and Ravens trade have been agreed upon and kept quiet. Cardinals owner flew to Las Vegas, picked up Hollywood Brown and his girlfriend, brought him to Arizona in time for Brown to come on stage during the draft party. And Brandon Beane said the Bills moved up because they were down to one player in the first round on the draft board. And it wasn't Breece Hall. Their one player wasn't Breece Hall. What a shock.
Crazy.
Crazy. All right, Baltimore goes with center Tyler Linderbaum.
Yep. Smart.
I like that. O-line was a huge problem for them last year. Now, granted, it was mostly because of injuries, but still. 369 for gas.
What's up?
Insane. 369 for gas there? That's crazy.
What do you pay?
Where,
Like $10 a gallon?
I got it for this today. I got it for $5.40.
369 is high here. It was like $1.50 a couple years ago. It's outrageous.
Yeah. Once it gets over $2, it's like, what's going on?
Yeah,
I wish.
because when I was in California, it was like $6 a gallon. It was something crazy like that. Crazy to me, at least.
That's insane. I don't know how y'all do it.
All right, the Jets have now traded back into the first round and are on the clock at
What?
26.
The
So the Jets, even after having 2 first-round picks, trade back into the first round.
Jets. Okay. So what is their game plan here now? Because they already got a receiver.
Do they now flip this pick to San Francisco for Debo?
Look, would you be surprised? Would we be surprised at anything at this point?
So Titans. The Titans now out of the first round. Guess the Titans figure they got Aaron Burks, they don't need a first round pick anymore. Let's see if we can see what the trades are. Wow, Lamar Jackson is not happy.
He's not?
No.
Oh, no.
Posted in the all he tweeted out was WTF.
I guess they didn't give him a heads up, huh?
I guess the trade was kept so quiet that even Lamar Jackson did not know about the trade.
That's never a good thing.
No. All right, so here's the trade. So Jets picks 26 and 101. Titans get 35, 69, 163. I think I really like that for the Titans.
Yeah, like I mean, I guess they didn't have a pressing need, although they do still need another receiver. But yeah, that's smart. When you accumulate more picks, that's usually a good thing for a team that's not really down in dumps that needs a difference maker.
Yeah. There it goes, and they take Jermaine Johnson.
There you go. Didn't drop any farther. That was good value.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess they saw this guy was high on your board, fell down, grab him now. That's smart.
Yeah. So they're probably looking at it like this guy's not going to fall to us at 35. So
I hate to say it, but Jets having a good draft, really good draft. I think we lost Nick. I think he's dropping.
I'm going to remove him. If he gets back on, we'll put him back on.
Do they pick Hall?
And here's Mel Kiper saying he likes Brees Hall here. The Bills did not view Brees Hall as a first rounder. What a shock.
Sorry, I lost my connection.
No worries.
Okay.
I'm not really near the street anymore, so hopefully it's not so loud in the background.
I don't know if the Titans go Brees Hall, that definitely at least kills Brees Hall for 1 year. He's not gonna unseat, for as good as Brees Hall is as a prospect, he's not gonna unseat Derrick Henry.
Nah, I can't see them doing that.
Yeah, I don't think.
So Nick, you've been up on all these trades?
Sorry, you said my name, Pierre. Your voice cut out. I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, so you've been keeping up then with all these crazy trades?
I saw there were a few. I saw that AJ Brown was traded, and I saw that Hollywood Brown was traded. Those were the biggest ones that I saw. What else was there?
Those are the huge ones. Well, now we got another one. The Jaguars are trading up into the first round.
Oh,
The Jags.
they're gonna take a running back. I guarantee you.
Huh.
Oh man, all the Etienne truthers would die right here if they take Brees Hall.
That would be amazing.
They go Brees Hall here.
Now, who's the best value pick left? Like, who's best available? I'm not talking about Mel Kiper's board. I'm just saying in general. Like, who are the best players available that the Jags could want to get? I mean, they already went defense.
That means the Bucs aren't going Brees Hall here because
that
was their pick. So,
yeah, we're not going to see a running back. Sorry, Roberto. No running backs taken in round 1.
So the Bucs send number 27, unless the Jags shock us here. So Jags get 27. Bucs get 33, 106, and 180. So they could still go Brees Hall tomorrow.
Yeah.
I think Brees Hall 33 makes a lot of sense for them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jags.
Yeah, I like what the Jets have done. Sauce Gardner, Garrett Wilson, and Jermaine Johnson.
No kidding. Good. Jags.
Why
Jags are trading up to draft a tight end.
Oh, please no. Come on, this isn't the Urban Meyer Jags anymore.
Oh, I forgot.
We're still the Jags, though.
They are still the Jags.
Still got the same GM.
They do have the same GM, which is crazy. Like, why would you keep him?
Don't think then if you look at who's still.
I did. Okay, Francis. I did respond. They traded for a wide receiver, Hollywood Brown.
I think you're in trouble now.
I am in trouble now. You brought home wings though, at least. So hopefully I'll still get some now.
Took this.
But I did respond.
Yeah, you're gonna open it up to all like just bones, like just eating wings.
I did respond. Right there. Where is it? Who did the Cardinals pick? No one. They traded for a wide receiver. So I did respond.
Timestamps. You just sent it.
Yeah.
Okay, so something that my friend, a potential trade destination for Debo that my friend brought up earlier. I wanted to get y'all's opinion on it. What about Debo to the Ravens?
Well, that makes sense now.
Makes sense
Yes, Roberto, that's my
now.
wife. Yeah, it makes sense now.
Because he said that afterward, because I was watching the draft with my friend, and when we saw that trade, that was like the first thing he said was, all right, Debo to the Ravens.
What at this point though, like what do they have left? What are they giving up? Because they traded out.
Yeah, I don't think they don't have a first round pick anymore.
Unless they flip one of the picks they already made.
Here's the thing. I don't think the Niners are really seriously trying to trade Debo right now. I think they're really trying to work it out with him. I don't think
they don't want to trade him. He might talk about wanting to get traded, but it doesn't mean that they have to trade him. They don't want to trade him.
I don't think the Niners are serious about trading Debo yet. Now, if we get closer to the season and he's not showing up and he's like, I'm not going to play, then maybe I think they say, okay, fine, we got to trade this guy. But I think right now they're. Oh man, the shame for me. But you know what? I think if my wife won, I guess that's good, right?
Happy wife,
happy life, right?
Exactly.
Isn't that the phrase?
That's the
Francis,
phrase.
You get all the credit. Don't let Chris steal your thunder. You that was your team. You deserve.
Trust me, Nick. There's a reason that's a phrase, and it's because it's 100% true.
Yes.
All right. Well, I'll keep that to have a wife one day.
Yeah, when you are married one day, definitely remember that phrase. Happy wife, happy life. What's up, Roberto?
Hey, I just wanted to join in and see how spicy this chat is. This option is super awesome.
Getting spicy. It's getting to the end. Everybody's tired. It's getting spicy. And yes, Trey, I would say, as of right now, I don't know if they're the biggest winner. The Jets, I think, have had a great first round so far too. I think the Ravens have done some good things, but the Eagles have to be one of the biggest winners. I mean, you got Jordan Davis and AJ Brown, and you really didn't. You kept all your picks pretty much.
No kidding. They kind of fleeced the Titans.
So I think they're a big winner. I really do like what the Jets have done a lot too. I think they've got a great draft, that's for sure. Okay, can you mute me so I don't have to hear myself?
Yeah, let me do that.
Not you, Roberto, my wife.
Oh.
Hey, look, long term, you got to look at the Lions too. Lions came away with Aiden Hutchinson, right? Pass rusher. And then they got Jameson Williams. So they arguably could have got the two best
my problem is they moved up 12 spots to get you. Like, I don't know. Wow, 9 trades in round 1 tonight. I mean, I thought there'd be a lot of trades, but I didn't think there'd be 9.
That's crazy. Holy cow.
But I did think there'd be a lot because you had so many teams. You had 8 teams that had 2 or more first-round picks, and you had all these teams that didn't have any. So you figure teams are going to want to move up, and teams with multiple picks will be like, yeah, we'll move out of the first round to get a second, or maybe second, or something. That's what we're seeing. I did not expect Hollywood Brown and AJ Brown to get traded, though. That was definitely.
No, that was crazy.
I literally pooped my pants because of what happened.
I hope you literally did not poop your pants.
No, because I honestly thought.
I hope you figured poop your pants.
That's a really juicy, really spicy trade right there.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy.
That's just want to get out of.
It's not over yet.
Still waiting on the trade. Pick is in. I'm really interested to see why they traded up. Who they have in mind here. For the chaos, I would love for it to be Breece Hall, just for the chaos.
So I'm gonna think the other way around. Who do you guys think is the best defensive team now? Now with maybe the first, was it the first 6 or 7 picks that were defensive players? Is that gonna influence maybe some people going for like the Giants or like a pretty good top 10 defensive league in the league because they picked up, was it Thibodeau, I think, or what it's called, Kayvon. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think any team tonight has. I mean, teams have gotten better on defense, but I don't think any have gotten like the teams that have gotten better on defense weren't very good on defense.
Yeah.
So I still think like the best defenses are you're still gonna it's gonna be the Bills. Well, the Bills did get better with the corner because the Bills did need corner because we don't know Trey White off the ACL. Jordan Poirier. There's talk that he might hold out for a contract, so they definitely needed corner, but they were already great. Rams are still gonna be great. Like I think the Bucks are still gonna be great. Like the teams that were already strong in defense, I think are just gonna still be strong.
I think the
All right,
team
Jaguars.
the team that
sorry.
improved the most on defense just in the draft tonight is the Jets because they got a good pass rusher and probably the best possibly shutdown corner with Sauce. So that could be a team because remember they got Saleh, who's a defensive minded coach. That defense could be the one that takes like a big leap.
All right, so it's Devin Lloyd, linebacker of Utah. So they traded up for Devin Lloyd.
That's a good pick.
Yep.
That's crazy.
So we got Packers on the clock now. Do they do it? Do they pull the trigger for wide receiver? I don't think so.
Who's left?
Go out
Though?
on a big limb and say
Yeah.
no.
I mean, let's say
What can
like
wide
Watson or Pickens or something like that.
Pick is in.
Willis right here.
Wow, Willis would be hilarious. Wow, the pick is already in. So they knew they had a guy here. They had a guy here for sure. Pick is already in. And it's another defensive player, Devontae Wyatt from Georgia. So they also go defense, which I thought I like that. You don't need to reach on a quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean on a wide receiver. Not a quarterback. Definitely don't need to reach on a quarterback. But I like that.
What's the best wide receiver even left?
Sky Moore, Christian Watson, George Pickens, one of those guys.
Yeah, one of those guys. But I think that's a smart move for the Packers. You can get. I think they have 2 more picks in the top 40 or 50, so they can still get a couple of.
Yeah, look, they have 2 second rounders.
They can still get a receiver too.
They can still get a receiver.
Yeah, they can still get a couple of good receivers. So you might as well bolster that defense and get a receiver in the second round. The Patriots are now on the clock after they traded back.
Defense.
Yeah, you know they're going defense.
Cornerback or safety? My prediction.
Who's even left at cornerback and safety though?
Booth is still out there.
Booth, that's right, Booth. I could definitely see him going Booth, especially with
Lewis.
J.C. Jackson leaving Booth. A lot of sense.
Yeah,
exactly.
They probably pick a corner.
If they go safety, they get Lewis Cine.
Yeah, Booth makes a lot of sense.
Roberto, remind me, what's your team?
49ers. That's why I'm trying to like, hey, let's get a first round pick. Let's get this going. Because I don't know, I just kind of felt like here's my kind of theory. I thought that the 49ers were utilizing someone to be able to put him as a first round worth. So they used Deebo Samuel because of his size, usage, and then having people kind of get like, oh my gosh, he's so amazing. And, trying to build them up because last year, well, not last year, but 2 years ago, I mean, it was him and Ayuk. And, Deebo Samuel was hurt, a period of time. But, I mean, he made him look really, really good this year. And I'm thinking that they're going to try to trade for first round for, just to kind of ruin the, like, oh, shoot, we traded the first round picks for Trey Lance for like, well, how many years? 3 years, 2 years? First round picks for the 49ers. So it's a big deal. So I just thought that they were going to try to pick try to get a first round pick. It didn't happen. It's not going to happen now.
No, I don't think they're going to trade into the first round now.
No. I think at this point, they're probably just trying to get something for Jimmy Garoppolo. Just see if anybody will take him. Get a draft pick.
This is hopefully where we're going to see a massive upset against Bama next year. Probably not, but I can dream.
Mm-hmm. Packers. Wait, so who's on the clock now? Still on the clock?
Patriots are on the clock, technically. I mean, the Packers pick is. I mean, I guess technically they're not because the Packers pick hasn't been announced, but we know who the Packers pick is. Then it'll be the Patriots. And yeah, probably Booth makes a lot of sense for the Patriots. Man, I don't know how. Well, you guys are on the East Coast, but I don't know how the East Coasters do it.
Hmm.
Here, I'm already young.
I feel like it's
It's nice
worse on the
early where
West
you
Coast
are.
because then you have to wake up early for everything.
Sure. We got Patriots, Chiefs, and Minnesota. Last three picks. Assuming no
and
trades,
Bengals.
which at this point. Oh, yeah, and Bengals. Assuming no trades, which at this point there could definitely be trades.
Okay.
So sorry, we got Chiefs, we got Patriots, Chiefs, Bengals, Vikings are the last four. Where are you at, Stinger? I'm on the West Coast too. Where are you at?
Stinger, you're a Giants fan. Why are you on the West Coast?
I know, right? I'm a Washington fan. It's as far away as you can get.
Oh, that's true. And I'm a Dolphins fan, but I'm in Texas. So we might have talked.
See, this is the kind of answer a GM gives when they're actually maybe thinking about going with this position. So Brandon Beane asked whether the Bills need to address their running game. If he's the best player on the board who fits the team's offense, we'll pick him. So basically, if we give away info, it means we're not doing that. If we're being like very vague and coy, it means we might be thinking about that. We might be thinking about running back with our next pick.
Alabama.
The Rams. How did that happen? Oh no, they go Cole Strange. Patriots go Cole Strange, offensive lineman.
Well, at least that's kind of a typical Patriots pick because it's boring.
In there, I got it.
Cole Strange. I don't think anybody had him as a first rounder.
That's strange. Cole Strange. It's a strange pick.
Literally.
Dad joke for the night right there. My dad joke for the night. How strange that pick.
Just wait till round whatever it is when Isaiah Likely gets taken.
Got my wings.
There you go.
All right, well there we go.
St. Louis. I forgot they had a football team at one point.
For 10 years?
Yeah, but when they were good, at least for a little bit.
I mean, we won a Super Bowl.
Sorry,
Nick, you've been walking for like 2 hours. How far away are you from home?
I don't know, man.
I'm sure you can get an Uber.
I mean, I know that looks bad, but depending on where Sky lands, I'll probably have Sky more ahead of Dotson. I wasn't very big on Dotson, personally. Now he's in Washington with Carson Wentz and whoever they get next year. I'm probably going to have Sky Moore over Dotson, unless Sky Moore lands in a terrible place.
Yeah, well, at this point, Moore could definitely wind up in a better situation. Look, besides Terry, the last few years, Washington has kind of been a place where receivers go to die too, right? They've drafted several receivers and they've all kind of busted. So aside from Terry, yeah, with Wentz there,
Even
it's
Terry,
not too good.
even Terry, for as good as he's been, it feels like he should be better. That's not a knock on Terry. That's more like
Yeah, the offense.
it feels like he only gets like 75% of what he should.
Right. What? Signed Kurt Warner jersey. Yeah, you need to hang that thing up.
No.
Or, you know, you ever hard up and sell it on eBay for a few $100.
All right, we got a Chiefs here.
Three more.
Do we see somebody, a wide receiver to the Chiefs? Thank you.
Yeah, that's the real intrigue left, right? We know Cincinnati should and probably will go offensive line. It's will Casey take a receiver? And why will it be Christian Watson? Why wouldn't it be Christian Watson? That's the question. Maybe more,
I guess
but
they don't go. I guess they go defense again.
we'll see.
You know, you look at that AFC, you're going to have to shut down some really good offenses to get to the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Good point.
It appears that Malik Willis is not a first rounder. I don't even think Kenny Pickett is a first rounder, to be honest.
That really did surprise me. I mean, you've seen what's happened, right? With teams taking guys, you know, like Trey Lance early, not worrying about necessarily the competition and just looking for the tools and the development and being able to produce later on. I guess, I don't know. Do you think that some teams kind of got scared away from what they've seen and some of these quarterbacks not developing and thinking too much of a product, too much of a risk?
I mean, who is Patrick Turner? I just think, yeah, it's like teams are desperate for QBs, but not that desperate, apparently. It's like when they're bad, you know, like you talked about when Atlanta was on the clock. You might as well draft another position of need, be bad again, and then next year when there are good QBs, you can get one of those guys.
Yeah.
Right?
I think that's the thing we've seen the last couple of years, especially starting with that class. And now you see like Baker Mayfield, you know, number one pick basically being cast aside, and you know, all these quarterbacks who are flopping. Yeah, teams are saying, look, there isn't a guy that stands out. We're not going to potentially sink our franchise and take a risk, because if we get a quarterback and it doesn't work out, then we're stuck and we have to do it all over again in a couple of years.
Yep, they did go defensive end. George Karlaftis.
Oh, who got Karlaftis?
Chiefs.
The Chiefs?
Yeah. So they did go defense, which I thought, I mean, you're in that AFC, you got to be thinking defense.
So
especially when you have an elite quarterback.
So you're trying to tell me that both the Packers and the Chiefs didn't take a receiver in the first round?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Who would have thought that?
Well,
you know who did get a receiver in the first round? You know who got it?
they got a really good one.
Yes. Winners of the first round.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sad though, so we're about to come to the end now. I didn't have to wear my lucky draft jersey because we don't need a quarterback anymore because we already have a franchise guy. But here I have it anyways, just for, I don't know, just because. Here's my
The Rosen one. I remember that. Oh, man. I remember
Oh
that.
my gosh. Ooh. You got to wear that more often.
I do, except nobody around here would get that. So I got my Tua jersey. Look, I'm good to go.
Yeah, you didn't have to wear any lucky stuff this year because you didn't have a first round pick.
No, I'll wait till the weekend.
But the consolation was Tyreek Hill, so I guess that's okay.
Yeah, it's all right. All right, this stream is mad behind because they're just now announcing the Patriots Cole Strange pick.
Wow. All right, 2 picks left. You got to think the Bengals, yeah, O-line or secondary.
Maybe linebacker. They could use some more depth at linebacker. That might be a pick that
true.
makes sense.
You need that too. It's easy to forget because they made it to the Super Bowl. But that defense wasn't very good.
They were good at times, right? They were good in the regular season for the most part, but when the playoffs and push came to shove, right, they got exposed a little bit. They kind of overachieved, right? Some of the veterans and the guys they had like in the secondary, like Wouzier, some of those guys, they were good as a unit, but yeah, they don't have a guy who's going to lock down, the elite receivers. They could go safety too, maybe.
Yeah, I could see that.
Stinger, to answer your question, Patrick Kearney trading card, maybe a few cents. You might want to trade that in for like an NFT or something. Jets won the actual picks, but Eagle, yes.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yes, that makes it. Jets, obviously the best draft haul. Of course, that helps when you have like 3 picks, but Eagles, man, gotta be winners.
I can't believe we have to play AJ Brown twice a year now.
That yeah, the Eagles are going to be legit this year. I mean, that defense was strong last year. Maybe I never thought, and they improved a little bit tonight. We got Fletcher Cox back, which was huge. Now they have an actual weapon to go along with Devonta Smith. Huge upgrade over Jalen Reagor.
Just a matter of time before Reagor gets released.
Oh yeah, like I think Cowboys and Eagles are. I'm sorry, Singer, but they're clearly better than Washington and the Giants right now. Significantly.
Yeah, Giants could use one of those quarterback things.
Speaking of the Giants, might as well draft other positions. I like their picks tonight. Those are good picks.
Good picks
For the Giants.
But
you might as well be bad again. Let Daniel Jones be bad. They give him one more shot with a new coach and OC. So the fans are like, okay, fine, we accept that he's bad. It was a terrible pick. And then next year you get your real QB. I did. I got my wings. I'm eating them right now.
I was gonna say, can't you tell? You can tell we're watching the stream. Right? But I don't see a lot of sauce. Okay, you didn't go Gardner style, so
I'm not
Parmesan garlic.
I'm not a sauce guy. They're
what? You gotta have sauce and wings.
Garlic Parmesan.
Garlic Parmesan. See, that's my favorite flavor. But I prefer the ones like the Buffalo Wild Wings. They have the actual sauce.
Yeah, well, yes. The Buffalo Wild Wings garlic Parmesan ones are they're amazing. But Wingstop is literally one street light from us.
Right.
So they're not as good. I agree. The Buffalo Wild Wings are definitely better. But this is
It's better than Buffalo Wild Wings. And I think they have these down here, Pierre, but Pluckers.
Pluckers is pretty good. Those are some fat wings, man. They're like Texas size wings.
I don't think they have them outside of Texas though.
I don't think so. They have one not too far from me now because we've been in Austin, but now they have one like near La Cantera here. It's not too far. So,
all right. So it's secondary. It is secondary for the Bengals, but not who we thought.
Finally made it back to my car.
Daxton Hill from Michigan.
Okay. Yeah, they've been showing him. Thought he might go. Nick, you got your steps in for like the next 2 weeks, I think.
Yeah, well, because like I was walking
Yeah,
back
you
from my
definitely
friend's
did.
apartment because I was hanging out with him for a little bit, but it's like whole other side of campus. Yeah, it was a long walk, but I made it back.
Are you saying? Is Nathan saying fire Bill Belichick? Is that it?
It's supposed to be Kill Bill, not Fire Bill.
That what we got here, Nathan? Yes, he's saying fire Bill. Wow. Nick ran a marathon. I don't think he ran it. He walked it though. He walked
Yeah.
it. Nick walked the marathon.
That's more
When I
walking than I've
started-
done all week. I guarantee that.
I've been walking for like 5 to 10 minutes before I even joined on. Too.
Yeah.
It was a trek, but getting my steps in, like you
There you
said.
go.
All right, I gotta go though. It's great talking to you guys for a little bit.
All right.
You
Hang
too,
in
Nick.
with
Glad
us.
you're able to jump on. See ya.
Yeah, I'll
See
hop
ya.
on drafts later when I can.
Ron Rivera
See,
said,
I'll
Johan
say
Dotson
lemon
reminds me of
pepper.
yourself. Oh,
The girls all love pepper. It's not my favorite, but
nah.
it's all right. But yeah, give me garlic parmesan
Mhm.
anytime. Barbecue is always solid.
No. So Ron Rivera said, Johan Dotson reminds him of Deshaun Jackson, Steve Smith, among others. Among others. So he's a burner, but
Okay.
he's also like a fiery, physical, you know,
Oh yeah, like
over the middle guy too. But also among others, which could mean like Randy Moss, Jerry Rice. I mean, we don't know. We really don't know.
possibly. Yeah. Yes,
Right?
exactly. Nick.
Nick's making us feel bad. Sitting on my couch eating wings. He's out there walking 20 miles. All right.
Oh man, I don't go to the extent of frying my own wings. It's put them in the oven, the ones that are pre-cooked, and heat them up. That's as far as I go. Okay. So,
How about that? And we wasted our time watching him thinking he'd be at 104, maybe.
Wow.
what was that?
That's Sean McVay reacting live to the strange pick. They were hoping to get him at 104.
Huh. All right, so we got Cincinnati and then
Well,
Minnesota.
since he made their pick.
Okay, yeah, I'm seeing it's just being called right now.
Daxton Hill, remember?
Daxton Hill. All right, yeah, that's right. Air frying. You know, I heard those air fryers are good. I'm gonna have to try to get
The
one
air
of those.
fryer is good. I love the air fryer.
Yeah, it was you. Yeah, you told me about that a while back, and I just never got one.
All right, and the Vikings. They
One
made
more
their pick,
pick.
but I don't see it yet. It says makes their pick. No one traded up for a QB. Only one goes in the first round. Okay, but what's their pick?
The cherry on top would be if the Vikings took Malik Willis.
Mhm. This is just round one. Tomorrow they have round 2 and 3. And over the weekends they have 4, 5, 6, and 7. Yeah. Okay. Just so Big Lenny and others don't blast me, so I can get his name right. Bill's beat writer said it's Kaiir Elam. Kaiir. You know what? He might be. He might be one of them, Stinger. No bangs at 8 p.m. I want to actually sleep tonight. I don't want to be up all night. I want to actually get some sleep. Well, that's actually a good point. He might be the most overpaid quarterback, but underrated by people. So both of those might be true. He needs a safety. So he's in the very back of the defense usually, although they do come up sometimes towards the line. Who's more underrated than Cousins?
Oh, we talking about real life or fantasy?
I'm assuming real life.
Underrated.
Maybe Derek Carr.
Derek Carr is definitely underrated. I agree with that.
That's probably it.
Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts, maybe. Tua could be this year. If Tua busts out this year, he won't be underrated anymore. So.
I refrain from saying Tua because he does need to prove it more this year. Right, this year, if Tua doesn't break out, then yeah, I mean, there's no excuse whatsoever. All right, but
Right now.
I know he can, but I can't say he's underrated yet.
Yeah, not yet.
Underrated? No, I think most quarterbacks in the NFL are overrated.
Yeah, because
we make too much of them.
Yeah, if they're halfway decent, it's like he's really good because most of them are. All right, they go safety Lewis Stein.
All right.
Yeah.
That's one pick I nailed.
You had him going last or to the Vikings?
Just last.
Right.
not to the Vikings, but last pick of the first round. Who's most overrated quarterback?
Overrated.
I'm just gonna say right now, Kyler Murray.
Yeah, I think Kyler Murray's got to be one of them. Trying to think of like who are the top.
But I don't even necessarily completely blame Kyler Murray. I think the most overrated coach,
Yes,
is
he's one of
Arizona.
Them,
sure.
So,
overrated quarterbacks. Ryan Tannehill.
Yeah, Ryan Tannehill. He had like that one good year and then like a decent stretch, and people think he's really good. He's fine for what he is. I don't think he's necessarily any better than Cousins or Carr, though. But people view him as being much better than those guys.
He's more mobile. Like he can make some plays with his legs, but not enough where you can count on it. You know what I mean? He's not Lamar Jackson. You're going to get exposed big time this year without A.J. Brown.
Unless Traylon Burks really is the next A.J. Brown, like a lot of people say.
I'm hoping.
Right, so
Kingsbury's he's not it.
So we obviously don't have to rank running backs because none went. We don't have to rank QBs because only one went. So really the only thing we have to rank is wide receivers. So how do we got Olave, Burks,
Wilson,
Williams, London, Dotson. Is that how you'd have them right now? For fantasy, I'm talking.
I can't put Dotson higher with Wentz there, so I still got to put London ahead of Dotson. He'll probably score more and get more targets. Yeah. So yeah,
that's the thing. London has the path to the higher target share, and
it's like I like Dotson as a prospect, and I think if he had landed later, a team like the Chiefs, that would have been amazing. But you can't love him for this year in Washington.
Yeah, definitely can't love this year in Washington.
Yes, Dotson is a commie now.
He's a commie now.
Burks is the next Corey Davis. I mean, if he's going to be hurt half of his career, maybe.
I mean, that's Stinger. You got it's gospel coming from Stinger. So
the concern with Burks is he's like the next N'Keal Harry. I think that's what people are worried about. But he's not. Well, It's not much better, but as I say, he's not on the Patriots, a team like that. As far as their pass offense, the Titans' pass offense isn't much better. But look, with
No.
AJ Brown gone, I mean,
Yeah.
he's got a chance.
That's the thing. If the Titans would have kept AJ Brown and then still drafted Burks, I'd probably have Burks last, because
Yeah.
I don't think the Titans can support an elite wide receiver 2, let alone a rookie wide receiver 2. But because they traded AJ Brown and then drafted Burks, you got to feel good that he's going to. They did that for a reason. They knew when they made that trade that they were drafting Burks, right? That's why they made that trade. They knew they were getting Burks. So he's going to be instantly from day one, unless he's a total bust. He's going to be out there from day one, which I don't think he's going to be a total bust.
No, the thing with him is you have to limit the concerns. Is not about his like facing competition in college. He was in the SEC, right? It's not about college production and the speed thing. Look, he's a big dude. He plays fast. I'm not worried about that. Like, you can't overreact to 40 time.
Yeah.
And he's not a guy you got to worry about like mentality and work ethic, right? He's got all that. So like Pickens is a guy I'm worried about now based on what teams are saying about him. But
yeah,
like I really don't have any concerns with Burks other than a bad landing spot. And now, even though Tennessee would have been a bad landing spot, it looks pretty good now that he's the number 1 receiver there. So regardless of what you think of him, whether he's going to be a standout or not, he has everything. Everything points to him being one of the top rookie wide receivers.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to slot in that AJ role. So. All right, guys. Well, I guess that's it for tonight.
Yeah, no more draft picks.
That was definitely crazy. It started slow with all the defensive guys going, and then it went nuts. It went off the rails for a while. So, what is it? It's Olave, Burks, Wilson, Williams, London, Dotson. Is that all of them that went tonight, right? Wasn't anybody else was there?
Let me see. So what? 6, 7 receivers taken?
That would be 6. Yeah.
Yeah. Double check. In order, it was London, Wilson, Olave, Williams, Dotson, Burks, and that is it. So 6 receivers.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely one of the most chaotic first round.
In what, 9 trades?
9 trades. We saw 2 huge names get traded. We didn't really see any crazy. I will say we didn't see any crazy like, oh my god, picks insane. Like no like CEH picks or no like, crazy trade up to take somebody bad. Like we didn't see anything too crazy as far as the picks went, but the trades were nuts. Yeah, it was definitely fun. It was fun for sure.
Yeah, exactly. We thought it wouldn't be too interesting because of all the lack of running backs and quarterbacks, but
Jordan Davis, he's like 340 pounds and he ran like a 4.6 or something, like insane. I think didn't he run a faster time than Traylon Burks? Jordan Davis? No, I really think he did, didn't he?
I think he did. He set a record. I'm pretty sure.
It was insane. Like 340 pounds and running that fast. It's like, oh my! Like imagine that guy coming at you. Like you're just dead, right? You're like, I'm dead. Like a bear coming at you. All right, guys.
So not doing a whole live stream for tomorrow because, well, it's Friday night and that's too much. But we'll be on. We'll be on the Discord. We'll be active. Otherwise,
oh yeah, we'll be keeping up on it for sure. Reacting to all the crate tomorrow. I think tomorrow we're going to see way more crate. We'll obviously see the running backs. We'll see some more wide receivers. So some more QBs, and we'll see some more wide receivers. So it'll be better for fantasy tomorrow.
And I had been saying I was going to say rounds 2 and 3 will be more impactful for fantasy purposes because of the running back score. But man, after today, all the wide receiver action, I don't know if it's going to be more. But yeah, we definitely want to keep an eye out for the running backs.
Yeah, definitely for the running backs. So
and Willis, where's Willis going to go?
And Bucks are on the clock at 33. I think that is definitely we could see Breece Hall on that pick. I think we really could. Definitely do.
Or Kenneth Walker.
or Kenneth Walker, depending on who they like. So, or somebody totally that we're not thinking about, like on defense or something. Because
All right.
All right, guys. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you jumping on, chatting with us. We'll see you guys. And if you're watching this after the draft, or watching this later, check the links below. Get in our Discord if you're not already. It's awesome. Subscribe, do all that stuff. Appreciate you guys.
All right. See y'all.
See ya.